Live with Umineko instead of Night Rain. Summer Games Fest something or other soon. I guess we'll stream that too. Alright, link is out. The link is out. It's an out link. Joe should do angle because it annoys me. What's angle? Did you just get up? You sound frazzled. 40 minutes ago? I mean, this is the first time I've spoken aloud today, so I guess that'll do it. This is angle? Huh. Well, I got here early. Me too. Just got my first ever paycheck, Joe. Should I spend all of it for bits? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Here's what you should do. First ever paycheck. Take some amount. Doesn't matter how much it is. Anywhere between like 1 to 10%. No, any more than that is probably, you know, not productive. But any less than that is like not going to be a good enough gesture. And just put it in another account and just don't touch it, and just do that for every paycheck for the rest of your life. I know this is like a little bit of advice that some people say, and you're like, yeah, whatever. It actually really is a good habit to have. Just put a little bit of away every single paycheck. You will never regret it. I do at least 20% personally. I invest in them in ETFs. I mean, it's the chatter's first paycheck if they're being like genuine. So I wouldn't go up to the 20%. But yeah. But if they want to, they can, sure. Did you see the Witcher 4 Unreal thing? I saw it posted somewhere. I didn't watch it. It's like some tech demo thing, right? Or what they're gonna have. Like when Witcher 3 showed off their wolf fur physics, whatever. Where's the Witcher 4 video? No one ever asks, how is the Witcher 4 video? All right, let's do our dulse. We're starting off with a new dult today. It's called Angle or Angel. Okay, what do I have to do? I have to guess the circle, what the angle is. So if it was like two straight lines, it would be a 90-degree angle, right? So this is more than 90, but it's less than 180. So it's like 167. Warm, it's less than that. Warm, like would it say hot if I was close to it? Let's go 156. Okay, it's still lower than that. All right, 148. It's still lower than that. We have one more guess. Well, shit. I don't know. I'm not good at this. 143. Hot. It was 137. Oh, I was really off. Holy shit. All right. 137. That's really 137. Didn't even get to boil. I know, right? Streamers washed. All right. Well, we're never doing that one again. All right, game dull. Here we go. The turbocharged sequel to the brain-twisting, world-famous creature puzzle game. It's Pac-Man. Everything looks like Pac-Man to me, but I don't think that's a world-famous puzzle game. I mean, it's all I got, so I'm still going Pac-Man. Pac-Man World. No. It's The Witness. The Witness. I don't know what this is. It's Professor Moriarty. No, it's Professor Layton. Whoa. This is an old game. Okay, I don't know what this is. I've never heard this one before. Something 2. Game Doll Game 2. The Incredible Machine 2. Okay. Never heard of it. Alright. This is one of my book covers. This is Destiny 2. Nope. It's RuneScape. It is RuneScape. It is RuneScape. It's RuneScape for sure. Yeah. With an axe and a shield? Is it Halo? Is it Halo ODST? No. What the fuck is this? It's Helldivers. It's Helldivers. It is Helldivers. It's Helldivers 2. It's not Helldivers 2. Whoa. Okay, I can see the whole image and I still don't know what it is. Does anyone know what this is? It's Endless Legend. It's Endless Space. Okay. Is this game good? Oh, wow. What? What are we doing, Bandle? I just want you to know that I got Sunday's Bandle in 1. I also got... Did I get Mondays in 1 as well? I think I got the last 2 in 1. So I'm due for a really bad crash out here that I'm not going to get it. Anyway, let's see. Can we hear it? Yep, this is certainly an electric guitar. Okay, it's Jimi Hendrix. I don't know which one though. All right, drum me. Really? We Will Rock You? All right, well, that was easy. Glorp, we shall shake you. We will glorp you. All right. 3 easy bundles in a row. Jodel, the strongest feeling I was left with after finishing Return to Oberdin is that I hope it's the birth of a genre. It could be the game that inspires other games and copycats. Well, this is just the Oberdin video. Yeah, there we go. No, Baby Joe.
The strongest feeling that I was left with after finishing Return of the Oberdin was that I hope it's the birth of a genre.
Fucking
other mystery games do
drunk
exist, of
Joe.
course, but none
Holy
of them
shit!
Are like this one. It could be the pioneer that inspires other games and copycats. And my hope that
there was a copycat. I watched Mouse play through Duck Detective, and let me tell you, I was getting some big Return from the Oberdin. For fuck's sake, time guesser. No. Okay, we're in California in 1992. They posed this and then got a black and white camera and they just to fuck me specifically. It's 1992. All right. Do we think that it is like a year or two after it? It was made in 1932, or do we think it's like 1934? Like it could be a couple years after it, right? Like just because like that's where the license plate is doesn't mean that's what year it is, right? For sure, right? Lockheed and Martin or whatever. Okay, I don't know what this photograph is. Is that who I think it is? Okay, where's California? California's over here. Where in California do we think we are? Man, Las Vegas is like more inland than I thought it would be. I knew it was inland because I've played New Vegas, but I didn't know it was like that far inland. Okay, Los Angeles. What do we think? Should we just go somewhere over here? Let's go here. All right, this is my guess. I mean, just because it says California on it doesn't mean we're in California. We could this car could be traveling. Like we could even be in Australia. Here we go. Whoa! It was just straight up on the license plate. All right, Amelia Earhart standing next to her Lockheed Vega 5B, in which she became the first woman to complete a solo transatlantic flight. Anyone spend like an appreciable amount of time in their teens wondering what the fuck happened to Amelia Earhart? Just sitting around being like, I wonder if I can solve the mystery just by thinking about it. I wonder what happened. The Bermuda Triangle was somehow always involved? No? It's one of life's great mysteries? I mean, she just crashed. Is it a closed room mystery? In time, sure. You saying it was magic? Maybe it was magic. Okay. So we're outside McDonald's. Ronald McDonald, there's a pigeon. All right, pigeons are only in the northern hemisphere, quite famously, so that narrows it down. We've cut out half of the planet. Okay, I'm thinking Greece for some reason, but I don't think so. Maybe it's just the colors. Saku gasp. I can't believe it's not Umineko. Camera. Okay, what are we thinking? There's actually a camera. Everyone's clapping. There's a watch. People are wearing watches. But it's old people. Well, older people, not old people. Amsterdam? Are we in Amsterdam? For some reason, I do not think we're in Amsterdam. Oh, McCafe. McCafe has only been around after 2000. So, like, we're probably around here, I'm guessing. I don't know where we are. The flag, Joe? What flag? I don't even see a flag. And even if I could see the flag, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't know where this is. I'm gonna guess Amsterdam because this lady has an Amsterdam bag. Who gives a shit? I'm guessing Amsterdam. It's not Amsterdam, is it? It's not Amsterdam. To the right? What do you mean to the right? To the right where? Oh, Oh, there's a flag. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. This is the flag of Amsterdam. It's the Amsterdam flag. Hooray! It's the Amsterdam. I was right. It's the Amsterdam. Everyone's saying Estonia. I'm just gonna know what that is. Where is Estonia? Are we really far away? Let's pretend I don't know where Estonia is, and people have to help me find it. It's next to Finland. It's over here. You know what? Close enough. Hooray! Y'all, chat was right. Okay, a wedding couple on a horse-drawn wagon in Tallinn, Estonia. You're 1 year. Oh, pretty good on the fucking time there. All right, that's good. That's good. That's really, really good. Man. Why was this time guesser ruin her time travel in this picture with an Amsterdam bag if it wasn't in Amsterdam? That's crazy. That's crazy. Place General de Gaulle. All right, so we're definitely in Germany. Okay, when is this? World War One France somewhere? Whoa. Yo, another time traveler? What the fuck is this guy doing? Okay, is Gaulle a place in France? For some reason my mind is telling me yes, but is it just a term instead? Is it jail? Place General de Gaulle? What's Gaulle? I feel like I know this term, but I can't remember it. Whoa, we have a bunch of red signs on the map today? That's new. Is this a new clue for Time Guesser? Holy shit. British education, everyone. Why is everyone so mean? Gaulle is like French, isn't it? Isn't it French? Am I wrong? Is it not in France? Okay, I'm going El Paris. And I don't know, I'm feeling it might be. What are these helmets? This feels like I don't know when this is. I'm going 1915. I'm going 1915. There's a flag. There is a flag. What is this? Looks like the Canadian flag to me. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like World War II. I'm not getting World War II vibes, except for the helmets. I'm not getting big World War II vibes. All right. You gotta look up who General de Gaulle is, my man. No, I don't. I don't have to do that. I can live the rest of my life not knowing that. It's fine. Here we go. I have never been more wrong. It was World War II vibes. Damn, this photograph looks a hell of a lot older than it is. The mayor of Cherbourg unveiling a plaque renaming the city square to Place General de Gaulle during Bastille Day celebrations held just days after the city's liberation from German occupation. Damn. Zero on the time. What was in France? Why was everyone being so mean? Okay. Tyler's boots heighten something and be sure of the okay, it's trams, so we are in Los Angeles. No, not Los Angeles. What was it? We're in San Francisco. This is making me think London for some reason right now. Where are we? Sports University porn. Huh. Grand Central Cinema. Donnelly's Bacon. Dalkey? This is a cool photograph. I like this photograph. Brown signs, brown posters, brown phone. Wireless. Cap and Peterson Limited. Nice bridge. Oh, there's a flag. What flag is that? I don't know what flag that is. Does anyone know what flag that is? There's another flag here. What flag is that? Something. More flags. What is this? Are those numbers? 82. Okay, you know what? For some reason, I think it's Bizarro. It's Bizarro UK, and it's definitely not America. So it has to be the wild card. It has to be Australia or New Zealand. It has to be one of those two. So where is it? I don't know where it is. And when is it? I don't know. It's Christchurch. It's not America. I'm guessing Australia. I don't know where in America. When it's in America, usually it's really obvious, like, that it is in America. If I'm wrong, it's just going to be funnier now. Wait, hold on. Is that Dublin Bacon? Donnelly's Dublin Bacon. Oh, shit. Well, I don't think we're in Dublin. That's for sure. Would Australia be importing Dublin bacon? I think they would be. Is there a Dublin somewhere in Australia? Is there Dublin in Christchurch? I gotta be real with you. For some reason, I thought Christchurch was up here now. Is there a Dublin somewhere here? I'm not seeing it. New Caledonia. I didn't know there was an Old Caledonia. Is there a Dublin? Darwin? Man, West Australia must be fucking terrifying, huh? Okay, I'm not seeing Dublin anywhere. Dunedin? Oh, hold on. Maybe we're just reading it wrong. No, it's definitely Dublin. Man, this time guesser is taking a while, huh? I'm going Sydney, and I'm going Sydney 1927. Here we go. Fucking hell. Really? 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 Wow. Man, Ren reads Dublin, goes to I thought it was an advertisement for Dublin, something that they were importing, or like a brand or something. I didn't think this would be Dublin. Really? Damn. Come to Dublin. I should go to Dublin, yeah. I should go to Dublin. Sorry, Ireland's the only part of the UK I haven't been to. For how long we're doing Umineko, can you tell the schedule? No, I don't know. A view of O'Connell Bridge and Monument in Dublin during the late 20s. All right, so we're in Canada. I mean, I want to say it, but I also don't want to say it in case I'm wrong. It's gotta be though, right? Like there wouldn't be this much pomp and ceremony around like just basic demolition. So it's gotta be that, right? It's gotta be. Holy shit, the pin. It's gotta be like the World Trade Center. Yeah. Can't believe is it like the year after though, or is it the same year? I was asleep when this happened. Oh god, what year was it? I was how old was I when 9/11 happened? I was 16, so 2001, 2002, 2001, right? I think it was 2001. How are you this old? I'm just sorry. What the fuck? Never forget. I'm not American. It's not my burden. I don't need to give a fuck about that. All right. I think this is this looks recently after it happened. Well, would they have like shut it down and they wouldn't have like things around? Like the next building's damaged right next to it still, like visibly damaged. It doesn't look like winter. Are we getting some September, October vibes here? Probably. I think it's 2001. Okay. And where in New York is it? I don't know. When I went to New York, it was after this happened. Yeah, it was after this happened. I've never been to New York City before 9/11. I don't know where it is. I'm just going to go Empire State Building and just hope it's somewhere close. Okay. Here we go. Spot on. All right, cool. Debris covering the roof on top of the World Financial Center following the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center, 2001. All right. Hey, 36,000 after like swing on a miss in two of those? That's pretty good. I'll take 36,000. Man, fucking Dublin. God damn it. My ingrained not Irish prejudice really held me back from fucking Time Guesser today. I can't believe it. Crazy. All right, we're on to Scrandle. Okay. Burnt ass sausage roll versus pies, chips, peas, and gravy with a pint. Easiest right of my life. Yep. Easiest right. Oh, hold on. Chat. Can we choose it? Yes, we scran. Yeah. All right. Sausage, bread, and gherkin versus chicken tikka and chops with a samosa. Holy shit! It's a samosa buff. All right. What are we gonna do? What do we think? I think that this is anyone's scran. Left is pretty cheap for what you're getting, whereas right, I feel like some of the Scrandle pundits are going to be like, I don't know. It's getting a little expensive. Left, you're getting a big sausage, some bread, a gherkin with some condiments. Left doesn't look cooked enough for me. What do you mean? That's like cooked to perfection. It's not burnt at all except for one edge. I know the huge chunks of just raw ass onion are kind of ruining right for me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Samosas go hard though. Samosas are pretty good. This watery fucking sauce in the right, I don't know. It's a little expensive. I'm thinking left. All right, brisket peppercorn burger, 16-hour slow smoked, $13.50 versus burritos. Okay, I think it's right. That air quote 16-hour slow smoked meat looks awfully dry to me, and also it's expensive. I think burritos are gonna have more universal appeal. I think it's right. If they were the same price, I would go left. But because they're not the same price, like left is double the price as right, so it has to be double as good. I think burritos are going to take it. Yeah. Close, though. Close. Okay. Fries, suspicious fries with bacon, pepperoni, cheddar, and mozzarella. Versus cheeseburger. I mean, it's left, but I feel like not a high left. It's anyone's scrant. I don't get it. How does the percentage number work in Scrandle? How come it doesn't amount to 100%? It's okay. So here's how Scrandle works. I haven't had to explain this in a while. Here's how Scrandle works. So thank you for reminding me. Each picture that we're seeing has been put on Twitter by itself, like just alone. And then people are asked, is this Scrand or not? And then they vote yes or no. Okay. But it's alone. And then the game is that they take the percentage points from those voting and they pit it against each other with different pictures they mix and match. So it's not that they have to add up to 100. No one, there hasn't been like an audience that decided which one is better. It's like you're trying to guess which one would have the highest votes on it when it's viewed by itself. It's got to be left. Yeah. 65 for that goopy fucking mess? What? Easy left. We don't even have to deliberate. Or on the left. All right, we're so back. All right. Oh shit, it's anyone's Scran. It's fucking over. Honey chili chicken and chips versus chicken and chips with buffalo fries. It's fucking over. Okay. Oh, hold on. Right is 27 pounds. It's left. Yeah. Still 75. People are not looking at the price when they're voting on that. That's crazy expensive. Beef skewer, guest starring beef with a beer, jalapeno fried chicken with an I am reusable cup. 11 pounds. Okay. Okay. Am I wrong in thinking that right looks nasty as fuck? I think this is a place that probably does have good food, but this is a bad portion, or it's just been sitting out for God knows how long. This looks like this looks dry. This looks like fake food. Right is not very appetizing. It's not, is it? I thought it was, but the longer I look at it, the more I'm seeing like everything just looks like it's congealed and dried with all the sauce and the cheese down here. Like I don't know what the fuck is going on with the gherkins up here. They look like they're made of rubber. I think this would be a very good meal. Like look at the dried pieces of the fucking breading here too. I think this would be a good meal if it was fresh. I feel like this is just a bad batch of whatever they sell. I'm going left. 74% for this fucking mess? Are you kidding? Uh-oh. Steak sandwich. But it's actually a pigeon with chips, onion rings, and a drink. What kind of drink is it? Versus choripan, yaki choripan. Chorizo sandwich with added toppings. Again, isn't chorizo like the aliens from Metroid Prime or whatever? 27 pounds for the thing on the left? Are you crazy? That doesn't even look like it's worth 10 pounds. Oh, it's Arsenal. Yeah, that makes sense. It's gotta be right. Yeah. It's gotta be right. Okay. Short rib poutine. Oh my god. Yo, that's actually curds? Oh, it's Canada. Oh, okay. Lebanese chicken flatbread. All right. Here's the problem. People that aren't from Canada have this weird, fuck you, Canada, you don't get to have a tasty food, and they just hate poutine on principle, even though they never had it. Americans are really fond of doing this for some reason. Fuck you, you don't get to have that, Canada. So a lot of people might be like, to hell with poutine. Left looks really good to me. Left looks really good to me. Right also looks pretty good. Oh, now the sludgy slime food suddenly is good. What sludgy slime food did I say was bad earlier? It's Pride Month, pick right? What the fuck does right have to do with Pride? Isn't this just soggy fries? How are you seeing these fries as soggy? Because they're Lebanese and that, for fuck's sake. They are doused in wet meat with gravy. What do you mean? You never had gravy fries? Never mind fucking like poutine. It's gotta be right. I'm sorry, Canada. I would pick left. I would eat left, but it's gotta be right. Yeah, it is right. Yeah, that's sad. Now I know how Jeff Keighley feels when Death Stranding 1 didn't win Game of the Year in 2021. Fucking sucks. All right, Streetwise Burger, beef patty, cheese, pulled pork, onion rings. That looks fucking gross. The Wrap-A-Mac, beef patties, fries, gherkins, and burger sauce on flatbread, $6.50. I mean, that doesn't look that great to me either. Okay, do the people who vote on Scrandle, are they usually drunk when they do it? Because if they're drunk, left is passing. It's like, okay, yeah, they'd be like, yo, burger, all right, oh yeah, it looks fucking tasty. But if they're sober, they're gonna be able to see that there's something wrong with it. Has to be left. You know what? For you, chatter, I'm going right. You were 93%. Fuck off. No, okay, they do Scrandle drunk. There's no way that was a 94% fucking burger. No way. They do it drunk. Delusional streamer. Mouse, that burger looked dry as fuck. There's no way. That was gross. That was the highest rated burger we've ever seen. That's crazy. Actually threw up after seeing the state of that burger. I don't care about being wrong about that one. I feel like Joe doesn't understand what drunk people are generally like. With my family, growing up with my family, you're gonna come in and backseat my drunk knowledge with my family and my upbringing. Really? I feel like maybe you have never been around someone who is truly drunk and you just know fucking people who are tipsy all the time. You haven't seen drunk until you're like full force slapping your dad across the face to see if he can wake up from where he's passed out on the couch, and you are 20 slaps in and he still hasn't woken up, all right? You don't know drunk. You don't know, all right? Been there, brother? Exactly. Trauma dump stream? Yep. I feel like a lot of Americans don't even get drunk like the British get drunk. How are you realistically finishing Metal Gear, Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate 3, and Umineko while still meaning to play Death Stranding 2? We don't have to get all of those done before Death Stranding 2, chatter. Definitely, Expedition 33 is scheduled after Death Stranding 2, so that's a big one. I have to play it already. Umineko is a weekly feature that's still going to be going while we're playing Death Stranding 2, so that's fine. I don't know if we're going to be finishing Baldur's Gate 3 in time, to be honest with you, so it might be a little late. I should have done extra streams on the weekend, but I just really wanted some time off. Metal Gear, we can interrupt the Metal Gear game or do it in between Metal Gear Solid titles in order to do Death Stranding 2. Expedition 33, yuck. Oh wow, it's starting. Oh, hold on. Expedition 33, yuck. Well done, chatter. Well done. I don't get alcohol and getting drunk. It tastes weird. It makes me feel crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Jerry is playing Revolution in chat. If you don't play Pentiment soon, can you comment? Well, Jerry is the one that understood Shakespeare when he was a teenager in high school, so can't he just go to his mind palace and just like morb the entirety of my feedback and, you know, simulate the stream in his head? And we don't have to stream it for Jerry. Jerry could just make that happen himself, right? Like, it's a waste of time. I don't know when we're doing Pentiment. If you don't like alcohol, you probably just haven't found the alcohol that's right for you. I was the same way for a long time. So when I was a teenager, I just used to drink straight vodka because getting drunk was the point, and I was very much the same like that. Like, the only reason to drink alcohol is to get kind of tipsy, kind of drunk. And then later on in life, I found some stuff that I was okay with. And when I mean later on in life, I mean like when I was in my 30s. I really like whiskey and Coke, or Jack and Coke. I really like that. When Mouse is here, we drank some cider. Cider was pretty good. I really like hard lemonade. I like sweet alcohol drinks. I don't really like beer, although there's probably is a beer that I might like. I don't really like beer. I don't really like ale, that sort of thing. You can probably find a drink that you like. However, like, let me just tell you, as like someone who is in their, almost 40, gonna be 40 in a couple months, and like is ostensibly an adult, you don't have to drink if you don't have to. Like, you just don't have to do it. I personally was trying to find a drink that I could have if I was ever in like company that was drinking. I didn't want to be the odd one out that was just like, I'll have a drink just to have one. Not to get drunk though, just be like, yeah, okay, I don't want to be sitting around being like the only one that's like drinking like a Coke or whatever, or like, but water's probably fine. But like, that's probably my hangups and my issues, like self-esteem problems. Like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to drink. You absolutely do not have to. And if you don't like who you are when you're drinking, then you don't have to, then just don't do it. However, it seems to be like I'm the odd one out, and you're probably the odd one out too, Chatter. Most people seem to enjoy getting inebriated to some extent. Getting like drunk is probably destructive, and no one should really ever do it. Like if you're getting drunk to the point that you black out and you don't remember things, like what would happen to me when I was a teenager, then that's probably destructive and it's not a good idea. And my family used to get that drunk as well. But you just probably want to just have like a drink or two just to make everything kind of like, a little bit more fun. That's it. But if you don't like doing that, then don't do it. Do you like Delano now? She's all right. I like what she represents in the story. I just don't like her character design. A drink or two of what, Joe? Beer or moonshine? I don't know. Like, aren't you like alcohol servings kind of standardized or normalized? If you have like a serving of beer, no, I guess not. I don't know enough about this. If you have like a whole ass beer, is that a comparable amount of alcohol to like taking like a shot or something, or like is the same amount of alcohol content in like a whole? I guess it depends on the beer. Yeah, this is gonna be like all over the place. But in general, usually one serving of alcohol, unless you're like taking something that's really, really high, is not gonna get you drunk. What do you think Delana represents? Bullshit. Delana represents probably the good version of Erica, whereas Erica is the one that's going into the story and doesn't really give a fuck about any of the characters, any of the story, just wants to solve the mystery and just win. Delana represents the good side of that still does want to solve the mystery, but cares more about the details and knows that it's not just all about winning. But she also has brought an absolute shit ton of bullshit to the story. But let's not fight. Anyway, we're supposed to do the AP test today, but I don't have it set up, so I think we're just going to read today. I don't know if we're going to do the AP test another stream or we're just going to skip it. Maybe I should skim through the questions and see if I would be comfortable doing that on stream. It would also be a lot of typing on stream, and I don't really like typing on screen. My keyboard is also on the fritz at the moment, so it would be kind of frustrating on 2 levels, but yeah, we'll see. There's a test that someone made, I don't know who made it or the community made, for Umineko, that you go through all the questions from questions arcs, and you questions arc, and you like write up an answer to the prompts, and it's to get you thinking about the story and the mystery and everything. And I thought it might be a fun time for us to go through that on stream so we can review stuff that we know. But I don't know, it might be a waste of time. Skip Metal Gear cutscenes to cut the time playing in half. I'd be even more than that, Mayo. Even more than that. Sounds fun. Sounds fun. What game's that from? Okay, we have no music. We have no music. Hold on. Do any of these past scenes have music? Does this one have music? There we go. Mouse is too quiet. Mouse is not here today, unfortunately. So Mouse has a real job. Your job is real in our hearts too. It is to me as well, but too many people disagree for it to be objective, unfortunately. Oh, when is the Summer Games Fest? Are we doing that this week? Is it Thursday? It's Friday? Oh, 6 p.m. your time? All right, should we play Baldur's Gate 3 and then just stop and then do the Game Fest thing? Or should we have a Balatro special? Should we just do Balatro until then? Oh, I played some Night Rain, like legit, and I don't like it, but I feel like I could have liked it. I'm happy that other people are enjoying it. I think that, so like I got into like almost a fight in Discord about it. Just a couple of messages, and I was getting a little testy because there was a couple people in there that were pissing me off, because like the From Defense Force was building this narrative that the game is meant to be co-op only. And anyone who's playing solo is playing the game wrong, and like it's never meant to be played solo. And there's a nuanced set opinion there. So I agree that the game is designed to be played co-op, and it is better played co-op, probably. I haven't played co-op, but it's probably better co-op. However, it was not like only meant to be played co-op, and it wasn't marketed as a co-op thing. Though that's the distinction. So defending it being like anyone who goes into this thinking that a solo experience is going to be a good time is just an idiot. That's the part I don't like. That's just demonstrably not true, right? So I don't know. Like, so it can be true that it's better as co-op and it's better balanced around it, and it's not balanced for solo. But it's like, yeah, I think that's where it's good. The line's going to be like absolutely 100%. You can say that it's better and designed for multiplayer. But it wasn't only for that, unless they're just really bad at designing shit. Anyway, I've played solo. I've gotten to the first Night Lord once. I've done, I don't know, like 10 or 11 expeditions, I think. I've tried to do different characters and see what they all are. My favorite is the Wilder. I've played the Wilder the most. I've also played the Duchess a little bit. The Duchess is really fun. I have only seen one new enemy type that I have not seen in another game before, and that was the first Night Lord. Every other enemy and every other boss has just been a remix from different games, which is kind of disappointing. I think the idea of the game is really cool, but the ring of fire around the map like condenses way too fast. You know what? This is not going to be it. There's a lot of problems in this game if IMO. I hate to have this opinion, but like I feel like it's a really cool idea, but the execution just fucking sucks. I don't know, man. Like I feel like there could have been a way better game here with some better decisions. Like the items you get are boring. Like the bonuses aren't impactful enough. Like even something like the talismans. Like you find the fucking glowing bugs and you pick up a talisman and you pick it up, and if it's not for the character, like a lot of times it's not applicable for you, and the bonus is kind of weak. It just feels getting power in the game just kind of sucks. Apart from just getting levels, I don't know. It also feels like the timer is so tightly tuned that if I went up to a boss, right, and like I was doing this when I fought the difference between fighting a tree sentinel as a roaming world boss and fighting one of the tree avatars, the Erd tree avatars, right? Well, as a melee guy, when the Erd tree avatar does his like ground pound thing into summoning a bunch of like projectiles that follow you around, that is a lot of downtime where I cannot safely attack the boss and I just have to wait. Compared to the tree sentinel, which I can have like almost 100% uptime, like hitting it all the time, right? Because the timer is so strict on it, like even though this should be the same fight, like why would I ever fight the avatar? Like it's setting me back for the same amount of reward compared to the tree sentinel. Does that make sense? Am I like being coherent right now? And maybe I'm not being. Maybe if I need to have the game in front of me in order to show the example. Like because the animations, like even some of the times I was getting mad at at one point, even about getting like a parry off and getting like a critical hit on them or a riposte, because that animation time is longer than a normal attack by a couple seconds, and the time is so tight that I'm like, why am I even doing? Like it's such a weird thing that the timer's so tight that it's like fucking me in the head about like what kind of attack should I choose just because of the animation length. Like it's so odd. But like yeah, I don't know. Like I like the idea of the game, I really do. But like to me, if this was a solo experience, I would love Night Rain if you dropped in a randomized island that was different every single time. Like the structure of the island was different. I don't know if that's possible with this technology, but let's just say we're just spitting about hypotheticals. A randomized island with randomized locations and randomized weapons and bosses and all that shit, right? And you can explore and take your time and go around wherever you want, and there's like a little bit of a level curve around the island, and you build up your build and you build up your character and you have some choices to make along the way, and you can take your time and you can explore, and you have randomized dungeons and all this other shit, and then you go and you fight the bosses, then you loop around again, and that I would really enjoy that. But like runs would take like an hour or two instead of like I don't know, is it 15 minutes? I don't know. What really like cooked my noodle about it, I don't know if I said this on stream before, like on my like I don't know, fourth run or whatever, I got to day 2 for the first time. So I got to day 2 and I killed the Bell Guardian at the end of day 1. I got to day 2 and right next to me spawned a dragon and a wolf, the magical wolf thing from Rhea Lucaria, right? So I go over and I fight the dragon, I kill the dragon, and as I'm about to loot the dragon, the wolf aggroed me, so I killed the wolf. I was really proud of myself actually because I was rusty. I didn't die killing those two back to back. I killed the dragon, I killed the wolf, right? And this was right at the beginning of day 2. And as I was looting the thing that dropped from the wolf, like I got the dong and the fire was already condensing. Like I didn't have time to even like get my bearings after fucking fighting 2 bosses that spawned right next to where I was when day 2 started, because like the fire was already fucking like restricting the play area. Also, as a solo player, I got to spoilers for fucking the first day, the first expedition of Night Rain. Okay, this is early game spoilers, but if you care about it, then maybe you should like tab out for a second. I got to the day 2, and fought what's his face? Martin. What the fuck is his name? He was the boss for day 2. I've seen 2 bosses for day 2. Morgoth, thank you. The first time I got to day 2, it was Morgoth, and I was like, okay. And he has some new moves. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then the second time I got to day 2, it was a tree sentinel that spawned with 2 other mini tree sentinels. And I don't know what's wrong with the camera in Night Rain, but as you're running around, it's very hard to move the camera to look behind you compared to the other games. And like as a solo player, I literally, and I do mean literally for once, literally could not keep all 3 enemies on the screen at the same time throughout that fight. So I don't know, what am I supposed to do? And then the first time I got to the Night Lord, well, the only time, I got the Night Lord down on my first attempt, I got it down to, I think, around 30%. I don't know, Mouse was watching me. I think it was about 30%. It was after the patch though, so like I had some advantage there. I got the Night Lord down to like 30%, and there's a phase that the first Night Lord has where it splits into 3, and it was the exact same time. Like I could not keep them on the screen. So it's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to fucking do as a solo player. Like it's just broken. Like I don't know if just blindly dodge and just hope for the fucking best, I guess. I don't know what the game is expecting me to do. It's also bad that because it's a new fight, you know, you get into the traditional Souls experience, right? Of like getting to the boss and practicing again. It's a long time to get back to fight that Night Lord again to get a second attempt. You know what I mean? It's like, yay, okay, cool. All the lessons I learned last time, now I have to like spend so much time getting back there again just to have another attempt. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's my Night Rain opinions at the moment. I do think there's a really cool idea there. I'm really happy that that FromSoft is experimenting and trying new things. I don't think that this should have been a like standalone 40-50 USD, however much it costs, experiment. I think it should have just been like a cheap like $10 DLC that was like combined with Elden Ring. I feel like they're kind of greedy and they're trying to like have a cash grab after the success of Elden Ring, which, you know, whatever. I'm not really too happy about that, but I don't really talk about money and pricing things on stream all that much. So I feel like that's kind of scummy, especially considering that there's not that much new content in the game. Even some of the areas seem like they were ripped and repurposed right from Elden Ring. There's that swamp area, right, where the dragon is. Looks very similar to the swamp area that's right at the start of Elden Ring. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, those are my first impressions of Night Rain, and now we will continue on. Sorry for the interlude. I know people care so much. Hello, Rodney. Thank you very much for the resub. I don't know why I said hello, Rodney. Tier 2 resub, thank you very much. It's been a long road getting from Persona 3 to here, Umineko episode 6. It's been a long time, 6 months, but what are we doing? But my time to read the rest of Umineko is finally near. I don't know where I'm going with this. Mouse is a weeb. She can't deny it. It's true. It's true. We're learning more about that every stream. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Timbo DX, for the resub too. Finally caught up on Umineko VODs. Also, Silksong is real hype. Is it? Was there news? The game files got uploaded to Steam. Thank you, Yuri Lover 337 for the bits. I think I'm gonna sneeze. What does Minthara say when she lights up a scented candle? Fresh odors? Thank you, Yuri Lover. Topical for Pride Month. I think Deltarune is coming out tomorrow. The whole thing is not coming out though, right? I think it's just a bunch, like 2 chapters. There's more after that, at least from what I've been told. But maybe it's done. I'm not sure. Thank you, Crab Fungus, for the resub too. Hey To, thanks for the fun streams. Will you play the Umineko fighting game after answers? I haven't seen much, but apparently Battler has a move where he gropes the opponent. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't really like fighting games, so I don't think I'm gonna play that. But it might be fun to look at some clips of it and see what it looks like. Thank you, Uber Supersoft, for the bits. I'm enjoying the Umineko playthrough, but I've realized that Ryukishi probably hates me. I spent all of episodes 5 and 6 thinking Erika is in the right, and still low-key do. Truly, I have no love. I think that Erika... I don't think anyone in this story, except maybe Kinzo, I don't think anyone in this story is completely wrong all the time and completely in the dark or completely irredeemable. But you are clearly meant to be able to see Erika as... Erika is a villain. Like, clearly she's a villain. But I don't know. It depends on how you're viewing the whole entire thing. I wonder what the hate interpretation of this would be. It's like, yeah, without love it can't be seen, but what about hate? Just hating everyone involved. Because I guarantee there are some readers, and I think maybe I could have been one of these. I said this on stream chat. If I was literally Battler, literally going through this, after episode 2, after episode 3 with Beatrix, I would never trust another thing that happened ever again, and I would just be locked in. I'm just gonna win. I would have become Erica Joker after episode 3 if it was personally me in that situation, right? And I think that's the interpretation of like hate, seeing it with hate instead of love, right? And I think that after what you go through in episode 3, I don't really think that's completely illegitimate, right? Like, there's still a part of me, it's a small part at this point, that is expecting what's happening right now to just be Beatrix 2.0. And it's just, once again, like, oh yeah, we're just trying to build sympathy and get you to believe in magic and everything like that, right? So, like, yeah, I don't know. I think that's the hate interpretation. By the way, I'm 44 endings into 100 line and just finished the first route that was actually engaging and worth my time, so look forward to that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Chill Chief, for the resub. With you being a writer and all, that maybe you could add spell check game to the daily games at the beginning of stream. It might also make reading Umineko easier for you. Fucking Chill Chief woke up today and chose violence. Holy shit. No. Nagas has been posting updates on Biskai. Oh, he's been blooting. Every single one has ended with "that was ass." Damn. I follow August on Blue Sky. I don't see those because I don't check my Blue Sky. Thank you, Ouroboros188 for the resub. I can't believe FromSoft made the biggest blunder ever when making Dark Souls 2. Demon of Song, swap the D and the S, and that's... and that's a truly hard-hitting name. Holy shit. Was looking for Night Rain to remedy this apparent issue to no avail. This truly shows how Miyazaki's vision is flawed. Congrats on killing chat, Ouroboros. Well done. Thank you, Paus, for the bits. You like Type Moon? Their early work was a little too high concept for my taste, but when Suku Jaime came out in 2000, I think they really came into their own, commercially and artistically. The whole VN has a clear, crisp gallery of CGs and a new sheen of consummate professionalism that really gives the novel a big boost. He's been compared to Ryukishi 07, but I think Natsu has a far less bitter, cynical sense of humor. I understand this reference. I have not seen that movie. In 04, Natsu released Fate Stay Night, their most accomplished VN. I think their undisputed masterpiece is Heaven's Feel, a route so emotional most people probably don't read into its themes, but they should, because it's not just about the pleasures of a purple-haired girl calling you senpai. It's also a personal critique about the nature of heroism itself. Hey chat, and then here comes the sledgehammer. Thank you very much, Faust. Thank you, Bushwalker525 for the resub. Did you hear that Rise was shot dead in Atlanta? What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you, Huli Gordeau, for the bits. Don't have a message, just think you deserve a break from the Fate Stay Night lobby. Have you considered reading One Piece? Fuck. Thank you, Jaeger Master Sword, for the resub. I'm really hyped for the Persona 4 remake because I will finally see Tom fold Teresa in real time like a paper napkin, then profusely deny he is a weep. It's just Laura Bailey, okay? I'm sorry. It's just the Laura Bailey buff, all right? It's got nothing to do with Rise. Nothing to do with it. Thank you, Kai Shinra for the resub. Night Rain, yay or nay? I would say that if you are just gonna do solo, unless you just like live and breathe those games, I don't think it's gonna be a good time. I don't know. I'm still not checking out of it completely, but I'm close. I don't know what to do. With my time with Night Rain. But if you have a group of friends and you have money to burn, then go for it. I'm pretty sure it's a fun time. But then again, it depends on the friends. Almost anything is good with friends. Get friends. I don't like playing Souls-like games with other people. I just don't like doing it. I do like co-op games, but I don't like playing that kind of game with other people. Not my jam, baby. Not my jam. Thank you, Fowler25 for the resub. How are we in June already? Yep. Every day is great at your June-ness. Thank you very much, Fowler25. It's June 8th month. Should we do 999 again? Just do it again? Thank you, Nightmarish, for the bits. Hey, Joe, can we get a queer ass for Pride Month? Hold on.
Queer ass.
It's been so long. It's been so long. Thank you very much. Thank you, Softform7 for the resub. Much love. I hope you have fun with episode 6. It's decent so far. I don't think it's going to be my favorite, but it is decent so far. It's definitely better than episode 5. Thank you, Mijik. Or is it Magic? Is it Mijik? For the resub. Butt fangs, eh? What are those? What are we talking about? What? Thank you, RR Dino, for the bits. Can't catch the stream today, so I can't wait to watch the VOD where Joseph Anderson has reasonable reactions to mysterious story elements that will likely be explained reasonably or unreasonably 60 hours later. Have a battlerific day. Aw, thank you. Off to write my witch fanfiction where I fantasize about cheese. That sounds like a good time. Enjoy. Make sure it's not Swiss or else we'll complain about the plot holes. Thank you, Sinahel, for the resub with Umi Peak. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lord Fifth Isith, for the resub too. I have to watch the VOD later. Just wanted to ask what the schedule will be for Umineko streams Tuesday and Saturday like before. Yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, we have done a couple extra ones here and there, but Tuesday and Saturday will be Umineko until we're done. According to the Witch of Streams, I think we'll be done in July for Umineko. We're getting through Answers Arc a lot faster than we did Questions Arc. And thank you, Ironrath, for the resub. Hey Joe, been catching up on the last 3 VODs the past week, and I'm glad you've been enjoying episode 6. I remember when I was reading it, I was falling asleep from all the subtle foreshadowing I wasn't picking up on. Cheers. Yeah, Mouse was telling me that episode 6 has, like, it lands differently depending on where you are in the story. And I can definitely see that, yeah. Mouse has a difficult time talking to me about Umineko because she doesn't want to spoil, but she still wants to talk about it. Very unenviable position. I would really like to go through Umineko again. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, and if I do it on stream, I wonder if I'll just fast forward through a bunch of stuff. I really want to be, I really want to see like all the different things that you see when you know the full story. I'm not explaining that very well. I think it's a very different experience when you go through again. Sorry, I missed it earlier when you streaming Echo VN. I already did. You have to go find it on YouTube. You need to be more confident in your jokes. You get hit by unnecessary -2s. You can do better. Have faith in yourself. No, sometimes the bad landing is the point. It's on purpose. It's like episode 5. It's bad on purpose. All right, here we go. We get to start. An hour and 50 minutes in. All right, here we go. Here we go. I think there's just no music. Right, there's no music right now. Yeah, but I still have to fix the bug. All right, here we go. We're reading. I just don't think Night Rain's very good. Erica had returned to the room that had been given to her on the 2nd floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't help her listen in on the voices in the cousin room. Whoa! Because Battler said you're not allowed to do that anymore. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long way away from the cousin room. And last time, my room was right next to theirs. I see. So he's placed my room farther away this time. Such a modification to the initial arrangement is well covered by the authority given to the game master. It would seem to be quite a reasonable first move. Well, it's better for me that way too. Like I'd want to hear those brats' squeaky voices as they play cards. This whole time, Erica had been facing the desk and working on something. She was preparing some of those packing tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape in the place. She drew a complicated signature that could not be counterfeited across it with a permanent marker, then began making notches across it. This way, if she ever wanted to prove that some opening had remained closed, she could stick this tape over it, creating a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. These menacing seals had cornered Natsuhi so thoroughly in the previous game. Great. Is something wrong? He got me. That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erica grimaced and showed the piece of packing tape she had torn off to Delanor. At a glance, Delanor couldn't tell what had annoyed Erica. Did he really sabotage the tape, like I said? However, as soon as she held it, she realized the difference right away. This won't be any good. Yep. It's barely sticky at all. This won't reach even close to the Red Truth. Even packing tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes gets weaker with age. The tape Kurosawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal. It is possible to tear it off cleanly. This cannot count as proof of a seal. I guess Battler isn't as totally incompetent as I thought. He probably tampered with all the packing tape on the island using the authority of the game master. Letting Erica get her hands on packing tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact, and so Battler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion. Most likely, all possible substitutes for packing tape have also been tampered with. Probably. Well, it isn't really so bad. At least this way, I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain. Erica tossed the packing tape aside carelessly and flopped spread-eagled onto the bed. Whoa! Time to unplug my controller. Anyway, waiting calmly for the crime and smoking a pipe is also part of a detective's role. I doubt you'll have any role until the first twilight begins. So why not vanish off somewhere and take a break? I imagine that just the sight of my face is tiresome for you. I do not smoke. I am just a kid. Oh, really? I wish I could. Well, only if it really is as refreshing as smokers claim. It seems that you are not in high spirits. Does it look that way? Erica answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that the sound of the ticking clock rang out clearly. Lady Erica, may I ask a question? Depends on what it is. Answer's probably no, though. Well, we're just killing time anyway. What is it? Maybe Erica was bored too. Or perhaps the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She agreed to listen to Delanar, which was very unlike her. Why? Why do you hate magic? Ah, you mean that thing downstairs with Maria? It was merely a foolish trick to deceive children. Everyone knew that. Was it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion? I cannot understand. Erica didn't need Delanar to tell her that it had been a childish fight. Well, I am a self-proclaimed intellectual redditor. I can't stand having magic confuse the truth. So you feel pleasure from exposing that? I sense a different emotion. A different emotion? What's that? To me, it feels less like pleasure and more like a different negative emotion. Huh, you really are a murder doll, aren't you? Even your eyes are like knot holes. Knot holes? Is that like the holes on a button? Like when you like on a teddy bear or something? Oh, like a mark on a tree on like a plank of wood? Things in wood? Okay. My apologies. Please forgive me. Fucking hell, I thought chat wasn't gonna go there, but they are. Erica rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Delanar. So Delanar couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Interpreting this to mean that Erica wanted her to go away, Delanar gave a bow and made to leave. Then, Erica suddenly spoke. The words seemed so utterly out of place that Delanar doubted her ears, so she had to ask Erica to say it again. What did you say? They're taking the hobbits to Eisen. I love you. It really did seem utterly out of place. Delanar wanted to see what Erica really meant, but the latter still had her back turned and her face was out of sight. Thank you very much. I was going out with someone else a while back, but we've completely broken up. The others might say things out of envy, but please ignore them. I'm going to devote my whole life to you, so I want you to do the same for me. Let's find happiness together. Delanar avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erica kept on dully and emotionlessly, repeating sloppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then, unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur. Aw, Family Guy? A new wallet. Of course, she had no idea what Erica was saying. However, with her back still to Delanar, Erica kept on saying disconnected words. A strange cat keychain, a type of cologne that didn't suit him, a music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from a senior at the theater. His senior was asking, so he had to go. He suddenly got a new part-time job. He said he was talking with a friend on the phone who just wouldn't hang up. Made too much curry. Went to the theater practice more often. The way he folds paper towels. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. My acting friends had a party here earlier. Someone must have left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. Receipts and point cards from places he never goes. The muddy soles are evidence that you went out on Sunday when it was raining. That matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. That's a leading question. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence, circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found tons of evidence that I loved you. I found tons of evidence that you loved me, but I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Oh, fucking hell, I'm enjoying this. Oh, give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, and I want to do well in theater just as much. You said that you like seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously worn out, okay? Come on, if all we do is fight when we see each other, maybe we both need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. This girl working with Senpai suddenly said she wouldn't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have time for this. And anyway, if you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Stay away. Just go home, bitch. I don't love you anymore. I'm sorry I said it like that. Don't cry, damn it. It's disgusting. Just die. Stop shouting, damn it. You're annoying the neighborhood. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Without love, it cannot be seen? Huh. That's backwards. Because of love, you end up seeing things that don't even exist. Wow, it's actually going there? Is it gonna develop on it? How love can make you end up like in a bad situation? Huh. It's nothing more than an illusion, one that no one but you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to sift through truth and lies. Because we can see things like that, we doubt, we suffer, we cry out loud. Right now, I'm happy. Though it may be temporary, I've become the witch of truth. As I am now, I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-read words. Why'd you need the packing tape then? What about you? How would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man couldn't have played the part of my opponent in that game. I was wondering how you would have countered it. What are we talking about? Zelana was suddenly thrust into the position of Erika's opponent in the witch's game she had once challenged that man to. Zelana shared in the fragments of Erika's past and was made to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erika's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all those into pieces. Oh, it's I was going to say comma splice, but it's another comma, and was already cornering the opponent. For some time, Zelana thought in silence and announced her by-the-book response. First move. I demand that you provide evidence that I have been cheating. Oh, okay, we're doing that. All right, I see. Counter with the blue truth. I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with the blue truth. I present 6 points of circumstantial and physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the number of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced. When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. So, by the standard rules, Erika would win. First point to me. Your next move? I will attempt to switch offense and defense. I ask that you, Lady Erika, provide proof that you are not cheating. Perpetual check. That's a forbidden move, since it results in an endless repetition of the same question going both ways. Then I frankly declare that, despite the lack of proof, I still love Lady Erika even now. That's not red truth, so it's invalid. Even if it was red, that'd be a stalemate. After all, I'd have no move to counter with. Zelana remained silent for a while. Then, she quietly responded to Erika's moves until they reached checkmate. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it also represents a draw. Because of this, it's a splendid final move that a weaker player can pull off if they're unable to win outright. In this situation, Erica clearly had the advantage. So it was natural that the liner would seek a stalemate to obtain a tie. Chat, in chess, is it ELO in chess as well? Or ranking or whatever? I can't remember. I don't remember. They didn't call it ELO when I was playing chess competitively. I think it was just ranking. If like someone who has, I can't remember how much it goes with the scale. It was like 1,000 to 2,000 or something like that. Like no, you could be below 1,000. If a player that has like 800 ELO plays up against a player that has 1,600 ELO and it's a draw, does the 16 ELO player lose points to the 800 player, or is the draw just neutral when it comes to it? Yeah, they do. Okay, they lose a ton. Okay, so a draw can definitely be like a worthwhile thing to go for a lower ELO player. Okay, so it was natural that the liner would seek a stalemate to obtain a tie. However, that would only be the case in chess. In the game where witches fight over the truth, it's a forbidden move. So it was already checkmate from the very beginning. The liner had no way to turn the game around. However, regardless of what the real truth between the pair of them had been, this game would be. Any other moves? Oh, witch hunting archbishop, protector of the truth? No, I resign. See, there you go. Yeah, never mind without love. Even within love, she's still like this. But also shows that not completely, because like she would be like. She would understand even with like a couple points of evidence, she'd be like, that's it. But she stayed in it and collected 84 pieces of evidence because she just didn't like the answer. I like the sequence. This was interesting. Erica had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused, that her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to. Humans are allowed to what? A splendid game, a splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erica could win. A splendid victory. The liner could only respond with silence. And with that, Erica spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Delana to leave. Delana understood this, but even so, before leaving, she wanted to tell Erica one thing. A splendid game, Lady Erica. It's only natural that the detective wins. Even before you became Lady Berncastle's piece, you truly were a splendid wielder of the blue truth. However, Lady Erica, humans are only allowed to use the blue truth, and the only thing that can counter blue truth is red truth. And humans are not allowed to use the red truth, except for... In that case, how should your opponent have shown his truth? Who knows? Maybe he should have used that gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times. You certainly were the victor in that game. However, allow me to say this as a protector of the truth. What? I imagine it's something unpleasant, so say it and go away. Yes. This game is your victory. However, you still have not denied the 6 points of blue truth evidence I used to claim that I still love you. Even you are human. You cannot use red truth to deny those points. Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth. By the power of my master, I am human, yet superior to humans, a detective and a witch. I am the Witch of Truth, Furuto Erica. Any other questions? Parting remarks? I have none. In that case, please excuse me. Delana bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single Witch of Truth laughing off a bitter past, with an equally bitter smile. Judging by the bedside clock, it was almost exactly midnight. Okay, guess I should get a little sleep. The curtain has finally opened on the second day, October 5th. I wonder if this round's murders are happening somewhere right now. About now, sorry. I hope our victims leave us some interesting dying messages this time. Hi Joe, been enjoying stream highlights for a while. First time catching a stream. I was just watching the AI Somnium streams to get me through this bad case of a flu. Oh, good luck with that. This is not a good first stream to be on because we're really deep into this hella long story and there's gonna be a lot of spoilers and stuff like that. So, thank you for stopping by. But like, if you have any interest in what's on screen right now, I would encourage you to leave. Streamer tells first time chatter to leave. Yeah, sorry. Like it's gonna spoil it. Thank you, iCanport, for the resub as well. No, they use DKP. What? Thank you very much, iCanport. Loot Council, DKP, Dragon Kill Points. Do people still use DKP? For chess, they use DKP instead of ELO. All right, thank you. Sorry, I forgot the question I asked. Ava, why didn't you discuss this with your mother? This is about the partner who's supposed to support you throughout the rest of your life. Oh man, you're really mad at Jessica. Holy fuck. Oh, it's Jor. That's right. She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. And that's why you need to choose very carefully, right? How can you be so rash? Ava and George could have... Okay, so did you win? Or wasn't there a trial or something? Ava and George can be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. Is it? This looks like the mansion to me. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon. Ava's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm. Did you sleep with her? She told you she was pregnant to force you into marriage, didn't she? How rude. I'm a strong believer in preserving chastity before marriage. Fuck off! Then why an engagement? I asked her. She accepted. What more could be needed? No, it's all wrong. Marriage isn't as easy as it seems in manga or whatever you're thinking of. What about her parents? Relationships between the two families? Are you some stray alley cat or are you Ushiromiya George? How can you be so rash now when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor? Why didn't you consult me? I'm consulting you right now. No, not consulting. I'm just reporting. I've never counted on being selected as grandfather's successor. In fact, I'd rather refuse it. I'd rather refuse if it did come to that. I want to build up my own country and castle from the empty wilds, just like father did. All right, once again, too late for that, bro. It's way too late for that, bro. You do not understand. Now listen here. Do you realize how hard your father has worked to get here? That's not something you can duplicate just by imitating him. Do you understand how often he was saved by luck and coincidence before now? And he got through it because he had a wonderful life partner by his side, you. Sayo is the kind of person who'll support me and make me be reborn as an even stronger man. You've praised me for becoming the adult I am, but that could never have happened without her. What? Are you listening, George? Just let your mother handle this for now. Cool your head and think very carefully. Shen isn't the only person interested in you, right? Ayumi-san? Ayumi-san? From the marriage meeting really took a liking to you. First I've heard of it. I thought you knew. Her parents were also very impressed by you. If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Ayumi-san is the one who'd really be able to help you, right? Do you intend to betray her feelings? There's nothing to betray. There was never any special relationship between Ayumi-san and me. We just had a marriage meeting and her parents got all fired up afterwards. We made us go out together several times but we never even looked at each other. Ayumi-san is a well-bred, modest woman, isn't she? She just couldn't look at you because you're a man and it would be embarrassing and ill-mannered. If you can't feel anything from her unless she looks at your eyes, then just tell her that. I'm sure she'll look at you in the future. You want me to marry Ayumi-san because it will benefit you. You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself. George, how can you say that? Have I ever failed to think about what's best for you? I haven't, have I? What is a parent's job? It's to look after the long-term welfare of their children, right? We've been looking down upon your entire future from a great height. What a line. And from our vantage point, we can see that you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path. That's why I'm saying this, even though I know you'll hate me for it. If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this fight. I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be. You hear me, George? Leave this to your mother. There's no need for you to meet with Shannon-chan anymore. We'll take care of everything for you. Don't worry, we won't do anything bad to Shannon-chan. After all, it's thanks to her you've grown so much. We won't forget that, so leave the rest to us. Georgie. Sometime during Ava's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. Even George is a child of man, after all. Feathering? Though he understands that marriage requires nothing more than love of two people, he can't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so, he is trapped between the tears of the mother who has always helped him and the fiancé he chose. Fucking hell, Joe. Or is he? Or is he? Okay, I think that's about enough. Huh? All my life, you've done a great job raising me, and I'm grateful for that. When I have children and become a parent, I'll become a parent like you. I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world, one who can truly fight for his children's sake. George. With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then he slowly turned around. Behold my power! It was, without a doubt, the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he was now his own man, self-controlled and independent enough that their blood connection might be forgotten. I think it's about time. For what? I think it's about time you learn to let go of your son, mother. Gio. From now on, let's stop talking as mother and son. I am George. You are Ava. Let's forget that you're my parent and let our true intentions ring clear. The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances, and so that you can look good in that continuing quarrel between you and your siblings. You have no other reason. Man. This scene is definitely unreliable. You do well just to give up and admit it now. I'm about to share my point of view with you. I suggest you do the same. After all, you will lose. No traces of love or respect for his mother remained in George's eyes. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future. George, why are you looking at your mother like that? Because I'm not looking at my mother. All I see is a wall, a trial, that's standing in the way of the future I'm trying to grasp. You're only human. I know that you have dreams and ambitions and that you're still chasing after those, and I think that's a wonderful thing. We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. So I'll need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo, and I've grown. And the last thing I've learned, acquired and perfected, is the real Ushirimiya George! Now I'll overcome the final barrier. You! What? Ava had disappeared. The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block path of the rain. Then, could it be? Sure, it's good for people to let their true feelings show every once in a while. I'll speak my mind too. So why don't you just lay it all out as well? In the rain-filled sky, with a moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the golden witch of the future who had finally obtained everything of the Ushirimiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness, because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. This way, I can confidently show her my true self. Here we go, mother. Here we go, Ava. This is my first step towards escaping from your shackles. First step. With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that the sticky sensation, different from that of mud, represented his mother's arrogance trying to prevent him from making that first step. I used to read to you all the time when you were little, didn't I? Do you remember your favorite story, Journey to the West? That takes me back. It's probably the first fantasy I really loved. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by Buddha. If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I will acknowledge your wish. Then, Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were Buddha's fingers and that he still hadn't left Buddha's hand. I mean, you're at the edge then, aren't you? Just keep going. And you likened this to my first step, me declaring my intention to break free from you? Your resistance, your conflict, your anguish, and self-restraint, and everything else. All of it is a road I once traveled down. This first step of yours is so trivial that, when compared to my life, it would just get gobbled up. How long are you going to look away? If only you just look. At your feet! At George's feet, on the pitch-black earth soaked by the pounding rain, was what appeared to be a slightly red sash that glowed ominously and blocked George's first step. It was deep, vicious, and it held George's foot in place. The music, from Ava's perspective as she gazed down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out with George at the center.
That's right. This is me. This is me being tied down by countless studies and raised for the sake of your ambitions. No, that's not it. Let me put it so you can understand. I'll show you. And then you'll realize the truth. The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pot. Then it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Laughing insanely, Ava was as innocent and cruel as a grade schooler happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes. Giggle, giggle. Come on, try to remember, okay? What happened on Tuesdays? Umineko. Gah. Gah. I remember. That was piano lessons. I still cringe whenever I hear I stepped on the cat. You did violin in kindergarten. That's the sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right? But you didn't seem to have the talent, so we switched you over to piano. Violin's hard, Ava. What the fuck? Then do you remember what you did on Wednesdays? Baldur's Gate 3, I remember. That was the day I had cram school. It was so far away and a real pain to have to travel to. And Thursdays? Oh man, Thursdays was murder lessons? That was the day for supplemental lessons. You were just terrible at subjects with memorization, weren't you? You could apply your knowledge, but were horrible at learning by rote. A classic, he can do it if he tries, kid. That one stung. Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's a British aphorism, isn't it? Aphorism is a really good word. Making you get and stay motivated was the hardest thing to do. It was the hardest thing to do. George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spiderweb reduced to the witch's plaything. She innocently swung him around and smashed him about, all with an insane laugh, again and again. Do you remember what you did on Fridays? Of course. As far as after-school lessons go, that one was pretty unique. A school you go to with your parents can be trying in more ways than one. Don't buy your child a fishing rod, go fishing with him. You certainly like British education theory, don't you, mother? British education. Oxymoron? Wah! That school was hard on its parents too, but for you, it was the most effective one. The monthly fee was high, and it was a pain to have to spend Friday nights there every week, but it did more for you than anything else. That's when I realized, kids don't grow unless their parents watch over them. If children are sprouts, then parents are the sun. No plants will bud, and no flowers will bloom without the sun. Man, it was a really good parent. Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time. And what about Saturdays, huh? That's when the tutor came. He came to our house, which made it much easier, right? It was a pain having to invite some other person into my own private room every week. I hated the smell of sweat left behind when he left, so much that I can still remember it. Good line. He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it. Then, on the Sundays and Mondays that followed, I didn't have any extra school and could finally rest and play some Minecraft. How ironic. Have those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday held me down all this time? I really am just like Sun Wukong. Cackle, cackle. Yeah, if you're arrogant enough to think that you can escape from the palm of my hand, you'll be crushed by Buddha's 5 mountains. Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and sealed away. These are the 5 elements of the days of the week. Tuesday through Saturday are named after in Japanese. Are they? Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies. Just like Sun Wukong, you need to reflect upon and be punished for your arrogance. If you can show that you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you. It's not being released, it's brainwashing. This is a bathtub. There's no need to think about anything. Why not just leave everything to Mama? I'll decide everything for you. That's the best kind of life for you. I found the most intellectual woman in the world, willing to devote herself to you entirely. I'll arrange for all your successes and even prepare the roads leading to them. Erica? And eventually you will be chosen for the highest honor in the Ushimiya family, the position as successor to the headship. Only then will you begin your true life. First step? Don't make me laugh. You still haven't even been born yet. This isn't my web that you're caught in. You're still inside my caring, nurturing womb. Man, a lot of Dom texts today. George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was a heartless atrocity, unlike anything one would expect a blood-related son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh wrapped in the red bag was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air, where it was caught in a massive spiderweb in the sky, still covered with fresh blood. While he hung there as though crucified, George didn't even twitch. Where's the dog? Even if he'd had some power to resist remaining in him, the red web pinning him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied George. He's sealed by the 5 mountains and cool your head. I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shannon Chan's a bad kid, okay? She's a great girl, the one who gave you a chance you needed to grow up. However, an ill-considered engagement is a different matter entirely. The issue has nothing to do with some failing on her part. Understand that. Blame the problem, not the peer. Right? That's another British saying. Is it? I really did raise you to be a smart kid. No, I am raising you. You're still inside me, right? You need to be nurtured a little longer. Okay, that's enough punishment, so apologize to your mother. What do you think, everyone? The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky. Chat encountering symbolism for the first time. Thank you, Tantofaz1886 for the resub. My girlfriend broke up with me and then asked me to come back. Anyways, Umineko. All right, kind of topical for today's topics on Umineko. Thank you very much, Tantofaz186. Good luck with that. George about to do a Final Fantasy and 7 Rebirth. Fucking hell. Thank you, mother. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head. Everything you've done so far, you've done for me, haven't you? Thank you. Thanks for everything. Meanwhile, this topic in a Persona game or any other anime game of that caliber. Oh no, Social Link Senpai, my mother just wants me to go to school and doesn't give me any free time. What should I do? 3 options. I don't care. This burger's tasty. Why don't you try talking to her? Just rebel anyway. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, next Social Link. They did it. I don't know. My mom's kind of mad at me. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'm kind of sad. This burger's still pretty good. I don't give a shit. Just do it again. Next Social Link after that. My mom came up to me and said, you know what? She's realized that I need to have some more free time. So now I get Tuesdays off. It's really good that we finally did that, and she's realized I'm my own person. Great. The end. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Meanwhile, here, this is good. I like this. That's right. You must hate me now, but one day you'll thank me. I'm sure you'll understand how much I loved you. Being bound by all those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday, that's a sign of how hard you worked to raise me to be an excellent man. That's another British phrase. To cover a child in blessings is the greatest education of all. Thank you. In return, I'll give you a British saying. Fuck off, Gov. Sora Mimum? What's that? Even if you strike all the trees in the forest once with an axe, you will not fell a single tree. What does that mean? It means fuck you. Maybe this one is clearer. To spend too much time in studies is sloth. Sloth. Francis. Francis Bacon. Sorry. Sorry. The man drenched in mud and blood straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it, something that could only appear on a self-controlled man, not one who had merely been dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid. I cannot count the number of things I've learned from Sayo. She taught me courage and chivalry, how to be ambitious and witty and humorous and just a little stylish. Could we have seen that? It's ironic. Almost all of the things you say are so wonderful about me didn't come from you at all. George, are you still? Time to get back in mother's womb. I'll nurture you in a sea of warmth once more. Francis Bacon. As Ava howled, a bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet once more and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, at that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Man, if only Hideyoshi could be here, this fight just wouldn't be happening right now. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped, and with a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. What? That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web. Everything I owe you for that. Everything I owe you for what you've done. My God, I've paid back now with pain. Thanks to that, I think I'll finally be able to leave the nest for good. You really do need these every now and then. Fights between parents and kids. Yeah. Depends on the parents. Not to get all too real for me right now, this is a problem with the boomer generation, is that they don't know how to accept the kids rebelling, and a lot of times like it just becomes this toxic repetition until like the kids are just like, okay, I'm done with you then, and they just cut the parents out of their lives because the parents can't handle it. I don't know what it is about that generation. Maybe it's just recency bias. Maybe it's always been a problem, but there's something about that generation that can't handle this, because he's right. This is actually important. There is a time in every child's life that they do have to rebel. They have to make mistakes. They have to go out on their own. They have to do it. But for whatever reason, that generation just didn't let that happen. I wonder if that's going to repeat as well. George, why must you disobey me so completely and with a little girl like that? Just to make clear, not all boomers. It's just enough boomers that it's actually like a noticeable phenomenon. Like you'll talk to a lot of millennials, and like quite a surprising amount of them are like, yeah, I'm no contact with my parents. It's like, what the fuck? Why? And it's probably for that exact reason. George, why must you disobey me so completely and with a little girl like that? It looks like you really do need to let go, Mother. Maybe it's about time. Time for what? It's about time. Time to start fighting back. Whoa. Mortal stampede. The curtain of spiderwebs that Ava shot out in defense were all too slow. George weaved through them in one instant, and the next, he was right before her eyes. Oh my God, the kick is back. Ava jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. I guess there's one thing I can thank you for teaching me. Oh? And what day of the week was that? It's the martial arts training we focus on during long breaks from school. Ha, yeah. I'm glad, George, to hear you're grateful, or at least one thing. Your mother is happy. Yeah. Ava's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, 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 mid-level attack. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Ava's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth. You should have learned Muay Thai. How do you say this? Muay Thai? Muay Thai. Muay Thai? My thighs? It would have been more fun to have learned it with you. You're right. I never had more fun than when I was learning martial arts with you. Then right now is when we get to have the most fun. Isn't it fun, George? Isn't it? Is it fun to play with your son like this? Mother? Yes, it is. You're my precious son, and I love you lots and lots inside my womb. I even love it when you kick in there. Understood. This kick's coming from the outside of your belly. All right, Ryukishi, you're going a little far with it now. I was on board until right then. Okay, come on. George's knee buried itself into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Ava watched her son's kick with a proud smile and then vomited. Oh, man. Okay. Gwa, gwa, gwa. You're getting on in years, mother. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that. George? Okay, too far. Bro, her chin still covered in vomit. Ava looked at up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses. Both you and I need to leave our childhood days behind. So long, mother. Meanwhile, across the estate, Battler goes up to Rudolph. Hey, old man. Hey, you old bastard. I got some news. What is it, Battler? Me and Sao just got engaged. Just want you to know. Oh, okay, up top. Up top. You hitting that already? Not yet, but soon, baby. You know how I am about marriage. Yeah, all right. High five. All right, there we go. Done. All right, see you at breakfast tomorrow. That fierce lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. However, the power of the red magic surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but her heart had been punched through. Ava slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. Just to be clear, though, like that dynamic also has its own problems. That's not like just better in every way than what's going on here with George and the reverse birth. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her and even an instant to writhe about in pain. I know you're somewhere over there, Gap. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then a pitch-black hole opened in the air there, and Gap jumped out. Impressive. Even considering that it was before her ascension, I can't believe you managed to defeat Ava Beatrice. I thought you'd be there. Thanks for not interfering. I'm glad we were able to keep it between mother and son. How do you know? How do you know? I don't, you're a knower? How are you a knower? Okay. But of course, I wasn't here. You summoned me just now. It doesn't matter either way. I have something to ask you. Is there any reason I should listen? Will you refuse to listen? With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who could control demons. That presence made Gap gulp, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. I like hot guys, but I like monarchs even more. Yeah, we know. Your wish is my command, O Demon King. I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Ushimiya family and who lived her life with the misguided dreams of that position. So, in Kinzo's study? No. The VIP room will do fine. That never-opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion. Ah, that room. As you wish, Your Majesty. Were battlers fucking interstellaring right now? Gap approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowed both Gap and the corpse, and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Ava always carried, marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the Ushimiya family's leader, was spat out into a puddle. Because the corpse would no longer have any use for it, George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air, and after passing by the blue moon that honored the Demon King, he caught it. It flew into George's outstretched hand. Georgiatrice? No. The instant he grasped it, another fierce lightning bolt landed nearby, and by the time the flash disappeared, the staff he held had become a spray of gold butterflies and vanished. It was as though George had crushed the staff out of existence. And now, I've finished my part. I'll let someone else have a turn. I can't believe you attacked your own mother. It's the person who loves you first in this world, and the last one you have to separate yourself from. That's what it means to leave your home. This is the courage I need to show to take Sayo as my wife. George-sama. Kuro-chan. Brave Ushimiya George, an excellent start. Even though it was just within the game, even though it was just peace, I didn't like having to kill my mother. However, that was the trial you sent me, so I saw through it. I thought we were gonna have a game show and be like, who knows the partner the most, and answer some questions, and like, oh, if someone was like, you know, if Saya was having a bad day and, you know, she was stuck in bed, like, what breakfast meal would you make her? Okay, that's what you would make. No, I didn't think we were gonna do anime fucking kill your parents. All right, whatever. Anyway, the butt fangs are here. I'm gonna go on break. Be right back. Before I go, thank you to Kami Mummy for gifting a sub to Ava X George Vor Enthusiast. Thank you very much, Kami Mummy. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, Ava X George. Thank you, Tora 3tron for a resub. Hey Joe, I've been knee deep in the 100 line as a fellow weeb. I'm sure you'll love it, hate, and everything in between. It's fun to see the event. It's even more fun to think, how would Joe respond? Oh no, there's this one character that's basically a Danganronpa fan, and I've been referring to them as my weeb, as I like to presume you coined us your fans, that term. To another memorable Umineko filled month, Joe, our most eligible battler, been sitting on that one for a few months. I like that, actually. Thank you very much to Tora 3tron. Thank you. We're gonna be playing 100 line for like 2 years, once a week for 2 years. Fucking hell, it's gonna be like a Factorio fucking run. I swear to God. Thank you, Canty Ash, for the resub as well. George roundhouse kicking his abusive mother is such an inspiration. Can't believe he's not single or whatever. Happy Pride, everyone. Happy Pride, everyone. What do you think, everyone? Do you think Ava's abusive? I don't think Ava's abusive. I think she's overbearing. I wouldn't say abusive. I don't know if I would go that far. I actually really like that scene. I think that that we're seeing more of George there. I still do think that a big flaw of the story is going to be, it's obviously trying to get you to sympathize with George and show that he's not that bad, and that some stuff has been done to him like everyone else in this story. I just wish that his relationship with Sayo was a bit more developed, and that they had messed with the ages a little bit so it didn't feel gross. The other thing that I was talking to with Mouse about, was it yesterday or the day before, that I don't see a lot of people talking about in chat, is that like Shannon is kind of his employee. I feel like I would be way more on board with this and being like, okay, I understand. I'd be more willing to follow it if if more of that was like acknowledged and developed through and shown. Like I don't know, man. But this thing that's going on with George right now and like breaking through the mother, I feel like that there's an important message there on both sides, as a parent and as a child. It's interesting. I feel like it's handling it with quite a lot of maturity that a lot of stories that we see on stream usually don't, and that's what's missing a lot of time. If people like wonder why I can be so fucking like arrogant and dismissive of some stories sometimes, it's because of this. It's like this sort of thing is missing from most of the stories that we do, and it's just kind of playing with mature topics with kid gloves. And it's not just anime games, it's almost all the games that we play that have a story that with characters, especially set in the modern day, they're trying to like have their cake and eat it too. They want to keep it light and airy and a lot of fun, but also they want to be like, hey, look, we're still a mature story. Look at the themes that we're dealing with, but they're not dealing with them. They're just paying lip service to it and then just move on really quick. Like most of the time, like when families clash like this, it's usually fucking bloody, man. Like it's usually really awkward, fucking harrowing. It doesn't usually go well. And if you're sitting there and it's like, it went well with me, count your blessings that you had a good family. I'm serious. Like call your parents today and be like, you know what, you were pretty good. Thank you very much, mom and dad. Because like if you know, you know. Holy fuck. I'm gonna guess that most people don't know though. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. This is good. Anyway, be back. 5-10 minutes. All right, chat, I'm back from outer space. This is not what I wanted to see. All right. I wonder what parallels we can draw between the upbringings of all the kids. So it seems like George has had overbearing, very controlled life, but also from someone who genuinely cares about him and what's best for him, but also what's best for the family as a whole and legacy and all this other stuff. I do think that Ava really does love George. It's not from like purely from a place of like you must do the family proud. I feel like she really does care about him a lot. And a lot of the things that she went through and gave him really is a gift. She's focusing on the money and you owe me, but that's also how George is viewing the mother, not necessarily what Ava thinks, although she must think that sometimes. Parents can get kind of bad like that sometimes when they're confronted, even if they don't mean it. They'll be like, you know, they'll look at the sacrifices they made and they'll say those things to you, but It's like a knee-jerk reaction to being challenged sometimes. I feel like Kraus and Natsuhi don't give a fuck about Jessica whatsoever. She's just there. It was like something they did out of obligation. Natsuhi definitely cares more about the Ushirimiya head and the headship of the Ushirimiya family and being the head of the Ushirimiya family and doing the headship and the ship and the headship with the head on it. Definitely more than her daughter. We've barely seen these two interact with their kid, actually. It's just usually just go off to school. They're trying to give her a good education and everything, but they're not putting any pressure on her. But I feel like she would respond better to that pressure, like a little bit more. So they're similar in that they care about legacy and everything, but they don't have enough of a interest in their child to really go into it. But I don't know, like, has Kraus ever even spoken to Jessica? He must have at some point, like in some, and they ever had like a one-on-one? Technically, Jessica's more of a fun life. She's more fun in life. She's a singer. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like George being forced into all the musical things, whereas Jessica seeks them out on her own, and he's even hiding from her parents the fact that she has hobbies and interests, and she's actually kind of good at it. Is what I mean. It's like she would respond more to pressure. Like they need to balance it out, right? Like whatever Ava has turned up too high could go over to these two, and it would be better for both of them. But I really just think that these two don't give a fuck about Jessica whatsoever. Whereas Rudolph and Kyrie, I think, do care about Battler, but they're hands off even more so than Kraus and Natsuhi. Like, they're just like, Battler, just do it. It's like what I went through when I was a teenager, when I became like fucking like 13, and my parents were like, just do whatever we want, we don't give a fuck anymore. Like, that can be its own kind of like destruction. Whereas Maria is like abandoned a lot earlier in life and is just gone. I feel like Rudolph doesn't give a fuck about Battler. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he does. Like, these two have parents that stay together and have a functional, supportive relationship, right? These two don't. This is not his mother, or it might be, but like his mother was like, Rudolph is not with Battler's mother that raised him. So, and also Rose's father, Maria's father just dipped. So these two are the broken parent too, and these two are the linked united parent too. And I see the mistakes here and some parallels here, but I also see some down here as well. I don't know. I'd probably like to think about this and write it out and really dig into it. Didn't Rudolph try to get in touch with Battler? I think so, yeah. I can't remember. I don't know. They're also, like, education is important, chat, but a lot of people think that it's... Oh, I don't want to say this because I don't want to come across as dismissive, because it really is important. Education is really important, chat. Schooling is really important, but it's not the most important thing, like a lot of people tell you when you're in the middle of it. There's a lot of value and a lot of benefit when it comes to like I feel like the text is saying this too. Like George had the most education and the most support like that, and he turned out in some ways like the worst of all three of them, right? He's annoying. He's really highly strung. He has a lot of issues, a lot of hangups. Whereas Battler presumably had the least amount of education and the least amount of pressure put on that. And in terms of like social stuff, like he's not like greatly well adjusted, but he's an awkward teenager. But he's charming. He's charismatic. He has a lot going for him that schooling can't really teach you in those ways. That's like freedom and being able to make mistakes will teach you. Whereas Jessica is somewhere in the middle. The worst thing you can be is annoying. Yeah, and having a lot of school can make you annoying. But I don't want to like dismiss it. Like what Ava just described about George's schedule and everything, that is a gift, man. Like having that as a child, especially if you're the kind of child that responds well to that pressure and that amount of structure, like having your child grow up to like having to be playing instruments, speaking another language, having a tutor, like all this, that is a gift you can give your child. Like holy shit. It just doesn't feel like it was done in the right way. Where's Maria in this? I don't know. Maria's just been completely abandoned. Maria, I would guess, would actually grow up to be more like Battler than the other two. Like Maria's raising herself, and she seems to be quite competent. She knows how to self-teach and learn on her own. But I feel like Maria's just a good kid. Like Rosa just got lucky. Maria is ostracized at school. Yeah, she's been abandoned too early, I guess. In order to like have well, Battler wasn't really abandoned. Kind of abandoned by his dad for a while, but also like chose it as well. I don't know what his relationship was like with his mother. I'm guessing the mother is more hands-off but still cares, whereas Rosa is so hands-off that it's become destructive. The fact that these gifts are used as a way to guilt George into giving up marriage to someone he loves is what makes it fucked up. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah, that whole thing was fucked up, but it's also quite realistic. This is how or not realistic. It feels true, it feels authentic, but not realistic. I'm saying realistic is the wrong word. Because it's like saying like that's how everyone would respond. It's not. This kind of parent would respond that way. There's a lot to think of here with the kids. Yeah. Jessica's been kind of a nothing for the whole story to me, and these two have been like the most nothing of the groups down here too. even though she's gotten quite a lot of time. I mean, interested to see what Jessica's trial is going to be like now, and if we're going to see more development with her parents. I agree, but why do you think Maria's a good kid? She can look after herself. She is presumably going to school by herself, or at least coming home by herself some days, because Rose is just fucking gone sometimes. She's going to bed on time. She's keeping the apartment clean. She's staying safe for the most part. Like I don't know, man. Like, how old is Maria? 8 or 9? Like at that age, like being able to like be that functional and self-sustaining is remarkable. I have a 9-year-old. And I don't think Finn could be as functional as Maria, and I'm happy about that, because like fuck that, like Finn hasn't had to do that, you know what I mean? Like Finn hasn't had to like go through what Maria's had, and he doesn't need to look after himself on that level. She can also speak Hebrew. I don't know. Then we get into like fantasy bullshit. Like I don't even understand how she just becomes another person sometimes. That might be the supernatural side. I don't want to put that on her or praise her for that. I don't know what that is. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, we got distracted there. Oh, thank you to Depressed Luigi for the resub. The mother-son vor analogy is integral to the writing, says Ryukishi. It's true. Happy to celebrate 3 years watching your streams with many more months to come. Francis Bacon. Thank you, Depressed Luigi. He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar exaggerated gestures. Wonderful! Wasn't that splendid, Zapar? Indeed it was, Furfur. George Kuhn's determination is the real deal. It seems I've misjudged you. Please accept my apologies. George chose not to go along with this theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. Symbolism. That was the trial that Zapar and Furfur had set for him. So that the love of the pair will stand true, offer up the life of one person by your own hands. It was similar to that trial during Beato's games, where they were given 3 options as part of a test to select the next family head. However, a pair of lovers will never abandon each other's lives, so they were automatically left with the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that they only had to choose the life of one person other than themselves instead of all, and besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. So they're talking about the scenes where George had to fight Gap and Jessica had to fight Renove, right? For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parricide. Parricide? Parricide. The killing of a parent or other near relative. Okay. Is patricide just father? Patricide and matricide, alright, parricide. Okay. But to those who stood around the game board in this witch's smoking room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, the fact remained that the demons had ordered them to take these lives, even if it was just within one of the endless fragment worlds. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events on the demon's game board, but Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life, even if it was only their life as a piece on the game board. Didn't read that very well. Have you been scared stiff? No. The Beatrice that Battler-san desires would not be shaken by the likes of this. Well then, who will undergo the next trial? Please choose the next victim. It doesn't matter who. Please name the next challenger. Any of you may go. You go. If no one speaks up, that means I win, doesn't it? Wait, are Shannon and Cannon gonna have to do one of these, or is it just George and Jessica? Yes, that's right. If so, congratulations, Ushimiya George. The key that leads to successful love between you and the one you cherish. No, that's wrong. We will now proudly Well, hold it right there. As the demons delightedly named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger. Jessica-san. I'm up next. Okay, I'll do it. I'll show you that I'm serious about Cannon-kun. Are you? Can you show me that too? In case you ever leave those two or other characters on screen during break again, remember to press escape so the text box disappears so I can enjoy those two to the fullest, or other characters, I guess. Sure. My 1,000 pardons, my weeb, I'm sorry. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted, but Natsuhi and Kyrie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. What about Hideyoshi? A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring even as you just sit there quietly. Even Kyrie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the break, so she had felt like doing the same, and had drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Kyrie's expression was less tightly controlled than when her husband was around. She wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her cheek against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty I've won. Won? Who is it? She suddenly sensed another person, turned around to look behind her, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway, with a knife. Oh, it's you, Jessica-chan. Didn't you go to the guest house? Well, I sort of decided to head back to my room to get a book. I see. And you're on your way back to the guest house now? Yes, that's right. Interesting. I can't stand this rain. Is the wind really strong? It's weak right now, relatively speaking. Wouldn't she be drenched? Oh, umbrella? Nah, you'd still be drenched in a typhoon. As Kyrie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated. And Kyrie, I'm sorry, but you've only got your bad luck to blame. Ah, Zapar. Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kyrie. What? It's just kill anyone? It's not like a fight against struggle or whatever? You're just gonna kill... And George still chose his mom? Based. What will you do, Jessica? The roulette has chosen Kyrie, but you may reject that choice and spin the roulette again if you wish. It doesn't matter whose life is sacrificed for this trial. Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Ava to be a sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That was no exaggeration. She had walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself that the first person she met would be chosen as her sacrifice. And so, the roulette of fate had brought her to Kyrie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep that rule. I killed you. Yeah, why just kill George and you win? Yeah. However, Jessica didn't want to break a rule she had once made. Even though she was participating in a demon's game, she still wanted to cling to this one last virtue. What if she ran into Cannon? Uh-oh. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back, but Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself. What is it? Do you have something to say to me? Noticing the strange distance Jessica was standing at, Kyrie turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had made her lose her own first chance. Oh man, Sekiro. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Cannon. However, would it really be okay to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love? She had energetically consented to this demon's game, not wanting to let George, who had already taken an open-minded view of the situation, get any more of a lead on her, but her heart still wasn't ready. Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Aunt Kyrie. What is it? It's rare for you to ask me questions, Jessica-chan. I hope I'm capable of answering them for you. Actually, I have someone I like. Oh, really? That's wonderful, Giggle. Then is it love you want to talk about? Yeah, pretty much. Very well. I'll help out if I can. Thank you very much. Actually, is it still one-sided? No, I guess you could say that it's just become mutual. But, well, there's this trial for us to be joined together. A trial? Now, what could that be? There's the two of us and another pair of lovers, and we have to fight each other. You mean a love triangle? Or is it a square? Man, what are you kids into these days? Sounds complicated. And? Only the pair who wins can be together. It's something complicated like that. In other words, Sumari. That sounds awful. A love where neither side can succeed unless they use the others as stepping stones. Yeah, if we're rejoined, then they'll all fall apart. Stepping stone, Hajime, and the same other way around. I think I see where you're going with this. Something like this, right? How far is a person allowed to take advantage of others to find happiness, right? Yes, Kyrie was very smart. She already guessed the question that Jessica had wanted to ask most. If you don't fight, it automatically becomes their victory, and you'll lose. However, if you fight and win, it means they'll fall apart. It's nasty either way. Oh, what a great person to choose to have this conversation with. I'm mad. However, the answer is obvious. Yes. Kyrie giggled. If she wasn't willing to stick to her love until the end, then that would show the limits of their relationship. If that were the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, this was a love she couldn't abandon. She couldn't abandon her chances at victory either. So, she had no options other than to fight. Oh, thank you, VaultBoy127 for the resub, and thank you to Dr. Alburn for the resub too. How many bacon would a Francis Bacon of a Francis Bacon could Francis Bacon? I said it right. I did it. 5. It's 5 bacon. Thank you, Dr. Alburn, and thank you again, VaultBoy127. Nightmarish is the new top clipper at 36 views. What's going on? Clip leaderboard. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt over forcing the others to split apart as a result of her inevitable decision. George didn't feel any guilt. I guess. I really am. Just looking for an excuse. Yes, that's what you're doing. Still, that doesn't make it any easier to step over someone else for the sake of your own love. In that case, will you give up on your lover? I can tell you one thing for certain. Doing that will be even more painful. You'll be forced to crawl through hell for the rest of your life. Hardness had entered Kyrie's gaze. I was just 6, so I don't remember much about that time. Oh yeah, this is your mom! However, I found mom's notebook among her belongings after she died. Was it a diary? It was more a collection of her thoughts. It was much vaguer than a diary would have been. I found it and read it right away after she passed away. But I needed to wait until I'd grown for several years before I could understand it. I see. So, did it speak for Kyrie's worries about her marriage? It was practically a book of curses. It cleared up several questions I'd vaguely felt back when I was 6. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I thought it odd that Oni-chan lived separately, even though he was in our family, I accepted it as the way things were. Did you not know about Azumu? I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one was around, but it wasn't something a kid who wasn't even in elementary school could understand. After all, I never even saw a picture of her. Mom had sent all the pictures with Azumi-san in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in the house. To Angie and to Battler, who only rarely came home, Kyrie's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Angie would probably never have known them. Since his school days, Rudolph had been particularly popular with girls, a typical playboy. Be bold, over the top, yet still just a little bit gentle towards women. He probably kept that formula for being popular with women inside his head. In their attempts to win Rudolph's favor, several women tried various seductive tricks. What? Rudolph probably enjoyed that part the most. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women, lap up their compliments, and revel in the harem. Holy fuck, he may be my father, but he was an awful man. But at the same time, Dad must have looked down on those toadying girls. Mom, who was very aware of her self-worth and extremely intelligent, must have stood out. Though even that might be due to Kyrie's more skillful methods of catching Rudolph's gaze. Yeah, maybe. Mom was smart in a lot of ways. Like the other Ushimiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of, if you can pull it off, you're golden, and as long as no one finds out, he would alternate between setting up businesses that were borderline swindles or illegal, then running away. I've heard that in his college years, he was already making use of that talent, thinking up shameless projects and cleverly making money through the panic selling of party tickets, so much so that he could brag about carrying a wallet full of 110,000 yen notes all the time. Many women fell for his charisma in being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kyrie wasn't one of them. However, what made Kyrie very different from the other women was that she could support Rudolph as a business partner. Rudolph would make a large-scale party successful, unable to hide his laughter at this massive easy profit. The women would surround him. Among them, only Kyrie was calm and composed. She could point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and could even lay out a proposal for the next project. So, Rudolph slowly began to accept her as a partner. Just like some people say men don't belong in the kitchen, there's also a sense that women should stay out of financial affairs. It's normal for men to foot the bill for women, and the details of how those 10,000 yen notes scrounged up are vulgar, so they don't ask, don't know, don't care. So you're saying that Kyrie viewed money from a man's perspective. Rudolph noticed a true treasure in this part of Kyrie. He knew exactly how much hard work it took to get just one of those 10,000 yen notes. So somewhere inside him, he had looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Of all of them, only Kyrie had possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time he thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kyrie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kyrie steadily worked her way up until she was the #1 of Rudolph's large group of followers. But Mom was still a woman. I doubt she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all those other girls. So she killed them, so she would rather have been his only one instead of his #1. Yeah. Though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in the shadows. It was only a matter of time before Mom would succeed in her love. When did Asumu come into the picture? She was one of Rudolph-san's groupies. No, not even that. She was just one of his fans. Alright, Kyrie, you just like, I don't think Jessica needed to hear all this. It's like her first love. Calm down. Give her the baby first steps advice, not just like the whole thing while smoking a cigarette, while like just staring out of the window being like, I've seen some shit, you have no idea. Fucking like tears in the rain, what do we do? Did you ever talk with her? Of course, I knew her well. Ever since the very beginning, before Rudolph-san even knew her name. I'm sure she was quite intelligent herself. And cunning. I tried to use my intelligence to stick out, but she did it in the exactly opposite way. By being stupid? Giggle. I mean, she was good at triggering his protective instinct. Out of all the girls who came to flatter and flirt with him, only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph-san had tired of. Kyrie still acknowledges the mistake she made in letting Azumu and Rudolph get too close. Kyrie thought that taking the role of Rudolph's business partner meant she would have him all to herself. Almost added an honorific there. That might have been due to her pride. And it might have been her arrogance as she tried to eliminate the relationships between all the other girls and Rudolph. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph had started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Azumu. I am ruthless and intellectual, rational and economical. I have tons of Reddit gold. In a plank of Carneades situation? Carneades? How do you say that? Carneades? I don't know how to say that situation. I would push the other person off without hesitation. I thought that was the kind of partner suitable for him. However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply outside of business. At some point, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kyrie's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Azumu had satisfied all of those conditions. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head and say she didn't know. However, she would care more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning. Yes, I did get the position of his business partner, but before I knew it, Rudolph-san had grown a need for a mental partner, someone who could heal his heart. Though I foolishly claimed to be the intellectual one, I never noticed. And then, Uncle Rudolph married Aunt Asumu? Yes, that's right. She stole him away by sleeping with him. He had slept with a lot of women. By that point, he wasn't the kind of guy to let his emotions be captured by a woman just because he slept with her. After all, sleeping with women was just a game to him. That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention. What pride, as a woman. Before long, they were both pregnant. Azuma-san told Dad about it right away, but Mom did the opposite. So she was afraid that the pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner. Apparently, Mom didn't eat much at the time, so her period was often irregular. Because of that, it took a really long time before she realized she was pregnant. When did she notice? It was after Azuma-san suddenly moved into Dad's family register. Mom learned about her pregnancy after that and plotted several times to split Azuma-san and Dad apart, but even though Azuma-san always acted like such an airhead, once she had gotten her hands on Rudolph-san, she didn't let go. Why should I care? Please stay out of our way, she'd say. And this coming from that little girl who would curl up into a ball every time she got on a bus. At that point, I realized she had been the truly cunning one. Yes, even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Rudolph-san's sympathy. But for Battler, it's real. My apologies. I must be boring you. Oh no. At the very least, I wanted him to acknowledge the child I would give birth to. It seems as though Rudolph-san was prepared to do that. He made sure there was a hospital waiting for me, and even though Azumi-san was close to giving birth herself, he gallantly came to see me, even though she was already his wife. What an awful man, really. Yeah, Rudolph kind of sucks. After that is a tale I can't bear even to tell. Both Azuma and I had the same delivery date, and yet her pregnancy had meant her marriage, where mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well and have Rudolph-san acknowledge it. The fight between Azuma-san and me ended with my loss. However, I wasn't down for the count. Kinda. Oh, I mean, it seems like Azumu and Kyrie suck too. Everyone sucks here. Rudolph sucks a little bit more though. If I could make my child excel far more than Azuma-san's, if I could make it fully acknowledged by Rudolph-san, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed. However, that child was a stillbirth. Yeah, Azuma-san gave birth to Oni-chan, but Mom didn't give birth to anyone. Even Mom's final hope of being left the spot as Dad's second wife was destroyed. Oh, was it a stillbirth? I thought the child died shortly after it. Was it a stillbirth? Okay, I forgot about that. Alright, so there was no baby switching then. Huh. Oh, shit. Kyrie had fallen from being his partner to being his second wife. And then, unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Azumu and that kid, Battler. And despite that, Mom was able to act in a very friendly way toward Oni-chan. It was definitely a shock for me to think that my gentle mother had held such negative emotions for Oni-chan and had managed to hide them. She must have despised Battler. Probably. If Azuma-san had had a stillbirth and Mom had given birth to Oni-chan, history might have changed in some way. Had that been the case, it seems she would have wanted to set up some scenario in which she'd make Dad divorce Azuma-san and marry her instead. Was that also written in that book where she kept her thoughts? Yeah. After all, that was just a random thought, a delusion. Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bedsheets. There's just one thing I regret. You mean the pregnancy? No. It's my arrogance I regret. Rudolph-san is mine now, so I'm completely safe. I'll never lose to that Azumu kid. When she was busy screaming her head off on buses and planes. The fuck? As a bit? To make him feel protective, I was capable of properly managing the arrangements and expenditures for them. And so, I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolph-san trusted the most. They say love needs to be nurtured, right? Yeah. That's not wrong. The two of you need to water it, care for it, and nurture it. And in the end, it will finally bear the fruit called love. Did you know? Love doesn't end when it bears fruit. If you don't harvest it as well, the romance you started with will never amount to anything. Harvest it? You need to think about that yourself, Jessica-chan. If you make it bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten, and bugs will often gather around it. In fact, sometimes thieves will come by and pluck it off the branch. Kyrie, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like 18! What the young kids like you, Jessica-chan, think that love ends with nurturing. That is naive. If you don't harvest it, you will never be rewarded for your love. Harvest love. At a glance, it may seem to be a matter of just between the pair of lovers, but that isn't true. Putting off the harvest because you assume you can do it at any time just gives thieves a chance. What if that fruit you've worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next morning? You'll regret that you didn't choose to harvest it the previous day instead of complaining. That regret really hurts. It'll make you crawl through hell. I'm lucky. My hell ended after 18 years. So I'll never misjudge myself again. That person is mine. I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my sight. And I'm grateful to my master for giving me that chance. What the fuck are you talking about? My certain willpower in not giving up on that man no matter what was answered with a miracle. By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even urge Kyrie to continue. This true form of love that Kyrie was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined. Right now, I would do anything to keep Rudolph-san by my side, and I will show no mercy against his enemies. If he wished it, I might not even hesitate at murder. And because I finally resolved myself to doing that on the 18th year, that certain willpower, brought about a miracle for me. Did you kill Azumu? You know, miracles only appear for those who can bring them to completion themselves. Azumu's death had not been a murder of any sort. Oh, okay. However, Kyrie had constantly cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she had built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And she actually had gotten herself a blade to do the deed with. That was when the miracle had occurred. Azumu was just walking along a cliff that day, and then suddenly, Natsuhi, wanting to relive the glory days, jumped from a bush screaming and just pushed her as hard as she could. And Natsuhi passing away was a miracle. Wrong. That wasn't even close to a miracle. Huh? After all, if she hadn't died, I would have killed her. In other words, Sumari. She was fated to die no matter what. The miracle is that, even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. That's all. Until now, Kyrie had never shown Jessica. No, she had never even shown Rudolph that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that can make love be realized. Man, Kyrie is just more and more best girl the more we interact with her. With the force of this willpower, Kyrie had supported Rudolph as a wife, and it was the same as George's. He had already developed and proven that he had the willpower to oppose all obstacles to love between different classes. Right now, Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the trial. Then, what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Canon bear fruit? And then to harvest that fruit? Whatever the fuck that means? Giggle. I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a little advice and I've scared you. Giggle, giggle. Blame the weather. Jessica, you could have come up to Kyrie and asked about anything and she would have launched into this diatribe. Holy shit. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kyrie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. Overboard, huh? Like the plank? The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart. Oh, second twilight. I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica-chan, but if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent. If you do, you'll end up like me. For the sake of love, a woman should be prepared to kill at least once in her life. Fucking hell, I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. After all, women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18 years. That hell is still filled with women who will never get out until they die, unless they execute themselves in their regret. Holy fuck! How should I put it? I have nothing to say. Yeah, I know! Giggle. I was trying to cheer you on, but here I've gotten scared you too much. I'm truly sorry. Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly, but when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you your whole life. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Regrets from love never fade. And Kyrie, what should I have for dinner? Dinner, well, you better make your choice soon. Many young girls think that dinner of love is finished after cooking. But if you don't eat it, then the delicious calf steak of romance, go to smiles in the distance, will be stolen from you. Regrets from love never fade. That was all that Kyrie had been trying to communicate. Was it? It wasn't like Kyrie to start telling stories from her past, stories you would normally expect her to avoid, instead of giving a brief answer. However, Kyrie might have thought Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kyrie had opened up and told everything, because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. Okay, I need to head back soon. Let's keep what we've talked about a secret, okay? Secret. With a mysterious smile on her face, Kyrie turned around, and then Jessica stabbed her in the back. It's a secret. I wonder if I scared her too much. Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning. I mean, after that speech, I feel like Kyrie would be like, you know, I respect that you just stabbed me in the back because of your reasons. Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late. Good luck, Jessica-chan. It sounds complicated, but don't lose. It's not every day I get to act as a mentor. Hmm? What is it, Jessica-chan? Oh. Huh? A windstorm grazed Kyrie's head. It had been a hair's breadth away. If Kyrie hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably be buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her first strike had failed to land a kill. Just so you know, I didn't strike you unawares out of cowardice. I hope to end it with a single painless strike before you realize what was happening. Didn't I tell you that I lived through the hell of jealousy? I've been nearly burned a couple times already. I know how it feels just before a surprise attack. You mean you could sense it? That, plus the lie you told in the beginning. A lie? Come now. If you had come from the guest house to get a book from your room, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that direction. Of the 7 reasons you might have had for lying, which chessboard theory led me to? This was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kyrie would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, prison strip, her surprise attack would have succeeded. Not bad. I should have expected from you and Kyrie. Why? You were planning to kill me from the beginning. It didn't matter who it was. How horrible. It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed. Thanks a lot. What? Kyrie dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. What? So she grabbed the fist and slammed it against the wall? Okay. Normally, Jessica would have hurt her hand on the wall and rolled around clutching in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall. Instead of wearing a look of anguish, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. I see that you are your father's daughter. Have you taken up boxing too? The moon crater in the wall! Impossible. Jessica is barehanded. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. Did you just reload your fist? Please don't resist, Aunt Kyrie. Just one strike to the head. I won't let you feel a thing. Kyrie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit, her head probably would have probably split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I go. Kyrie's kick off the ground and backward leap had been an instant slower. Her gut would have probably been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible burst of wind, like an explosion which blew Kyrie back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Kyrie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me. However, just like you, I cannot back down. I can't let my love end half-baked either. For canon! Wait, this is about canon? Alright, Jessica, let's talk about this. Hold on a second. You're in too deep. What are you talking about? Hey, what are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! Just flip the chessboard. The scene around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists, and it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. It looked just like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. Mass upgrade. Armor-piercing upgrade. Nihi? Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light, and bunny ears sprouted higher and higher from her head. Those fists, which were actually smoking, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Goodbye. This is just a nightmare. Kyrie dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now, that was her best option. Fortunately, she was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. Run away. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier cut across the corridor. Kyrie slammed into it hard and realized that her path of escape had been cut off. Gah! Make this stop, I don't understand! This is a nightmare! It's a nightmare! Let me wake up! Quickly! Yes, this is a nightmare. If you want, I'll wake you up right now. Just one strike. Don't move. Wielding her flames, Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her. Falcon! Each time her foot lifted off the floor, a scorching steam hung around her footprint. This was a true nightmare. Kyrie clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. It's a nightmare, right? This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please tell me it is. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? I acknowledge it. This is a nightmare. I do too. Whoa, big Kyrie. I acknowledge that this thing is a nightmare, so I'll wake you up. Just one strike. Wah! Jessica's neck was twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes white, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. In her forehead, a demon stake was buried at an angle. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood. Leviathan of Envy, right here! If we're already inside a nightmare, why not have a friend from my nightmare show up? My friend from the Hell of Envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. Oh my god, I thought we were gonna have a well-paced fucking magical battle for a second. My bad. Gaga. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of her head, Jessica just stood there convulsing and wide-eyed and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own hand against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to tell that she was doing this to seal up the wound. Yep. If Kyrie didn't escape now, there would never be another chance. Can I defeat her? No such luck. She's immortal thanks to a contract with one of the great demons. Because of love, that's why she's immortal. Yes, love is magnificent. Those with our blessings cannot be killed. Can we break that red magic wall? Runobe-sama is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do. Can we escape through the window? That was blocked by Runobe-sama's barrier a while ago. Incredible. So she has sold her soul to demons for the sake of love? How could she make so many contracts with great demons? Ah, I'm so jealous. Fur cannon, armor upgrade. All attribute defense. Counter-attacking armor upgrade. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that prevent Leviathan's attacks from working again. What's she talking about? Self-augmentation. It's a kind of enchantment. Right now, she has enough defensive power to stop me from piercing her, and she even has the ability to reflect that damage back upon the attacker. She's no longer human. She's a monster. She can use the red truth. Oh, so that's all? Then not much has changed. How can you say that? Just like in the very beginning, we still have no chance of winning. That hurt. It won't work again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was cut off by barriers on both sides, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out. Is the door to this room sealed? No, it's just locked. But it's just a normal room. It does have a window, but that's already been sealed. In other words, Sumari, it's a closed room, and a coffin for us. A coffin is just what I need. Unlock it. I'm jealous. Why are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole into that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like, and the moon poster on the far wall was a nice touch. Even if you lock the door, she can just smash through it with one punch. You just put the lid on your own coffin. However, if she wants to land a killing blow on us inside this coffin, she'll have to take the lid off first. Just break the window? With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kyrie's words. What are you talking about? How will such a small room be able to protect you and Kyrie? This room may be a closed room. It may leave us with no method of escape. However, even you can't break into this room. That's what a closed room is. You know what? When you're right, you're right. What are you talking about? How does this tiny room with this tiny door make you think you can escape me? Jessica wearily looked between her own burning fists in the door, with a confused expression on her face. Then slowly she sent that pulsating red light into her fists. I'm like one of the time travelers and time guesser. I realize I'm in a mystery and it has to be a closed room. You can't break the closed room. It wouldn't be fair for the murder mystery afterwards. She repeatedly enchanted her fist to give them the destructive power for the killing blow. Finally, the power to break a door. I'll smash this door to bits. If you think you can, give it a try. Kyrie! After sealing the door and calmly saying these words, Kyrie placed a single index finger on the door. Is she gonna open it when she tries to punch it, and then she's gonna fall through, and then she's gonna run through the hallway? Jessica slowly raised her fire-wreathed demon's fists. So long, and Kyrie. Kyrie! Huh? Rog limitation. Whoa! Oh! Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was like the decisive scene in the movie was being acted out. However, this was no act. Jessica's fists really were, slowing down as though they were being sucked in, like a spoon sinks through a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock. I envy you. Envy. I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivete in love. So I envy you. You're going to remember my warning, succeed in love, and walk a beautiful life, right? I envy you. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door. Alright, use your feet instead. Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade. It's useless, girl. Smash it. With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved the speed of sound. 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. On today's episode of Weeb Math, 2 times 365 equals 730 days. 730 times 24 equals 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. Shannon shift on about 3 days of the week. It's divided 7 fucking times 3. It wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her final fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, right? So it was only 1/24 of each day. 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312, removing the fractional part. The number of hours that Kyrie had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, Samari, this wasn't even 0.2% of the time Kyrie had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers per hour, the speed of sound becomes just 2.45 kilometers per hour in the 1 by 500th world. Understand? You're lacking in both love and jealousy. She increased the speed of her fist. In Kyrie's world, Jessica couldn't make it any faster than a walking child. So, the strongest woman is the one that has endured the most trauma? What did Ryukishi mean by this? Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kyrie was holding it shut with a single finger. Way to go, Kyrie. See, this room is a closed room. Leap days have already caused enough trouble around here. Oh my god. See, this room is a closed room. At most, Jessica-chan can knock on the door, but she can't lay a finger on us inside. Beatrice's definition of a closed room. What the heck is that? At this rate, this closed room will be troublesome indeed. It is impossible for a human to carry out a closed room murder. Only magic can do that. My weeb, she's trying to open the door! Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to crush it. Jessica-chan can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned and will start searching the mansion. Then you will be observed. Both witches and magic disappear when they're observed. The nightmares. It's already over, girl. Damn it. Oh. Can't believe that Jessica's suddenly getting eliminated. Oh, please give it your all. Do it for your beloved canon. Come, Jessica, believe in love and show us a miracle. I revised that. There isn't even any need to wait for time to pass. After all, there's an internal phone line right here. Of course, the line hasn't been cut. I'll just pick up this receiver, she said, narrating what she was doing to own the weeb outside. This is my checkmate. Instruction complete. Closed room murder. My. I do believe that's valid. Permeation upgrade? Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. Killer through the phone. Huh? Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder extended within the closed room. Through the crack in the door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, Sumari? She could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Gah. 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 Kyrie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kyrie danced a dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. Too many doors in one passage there. If you love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn the flames of envy for all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from envy. However, it's nothing to be praised, and going through it is no one's duty. It seems you were too proud after all. And Kyrie. Damn. Holy shit. Holy shit. By the way, you should filter out clips from the activity feed because of that new feature is annoying. Is it showing up in chat too, or is it just showing up for me on my end? Is it showing up on the mod view for everyone? All the mods can see the same activity? It shows for mods? Okay, I can get rid of it then. I didn't know mods could see the activity feed like I can. I generally can't tell if Ryukishi improved at writing action between the two arcs or if I'm the one who changed. I mean, they're definitely paced a little better. I'm not sure. I feel like they've gotten less anime bullshit as they've gone along, and the ones that recently were anime bullshit were entertaining. They were funny. The goat loser flag one. A splendid closed room murder. I'll let you take care of this mess. I'd hate for her corpse to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. You think you could clean it up? As you wish, milady. Renove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kyrie's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Jessica finally let out the breath she had been holding down in her chest. Her normal human glint had finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she'd done, even if it had just been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is that good enough, demons? Yes, well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. However, George killed his mother, and you just killed your aunt, so George wins. George welcomed Jessica with a crisp applause. Yato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at her, and she stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to look so sad about it. I know that logically, but still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally? Milady. Kennen-kun, I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown you how I feel. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I? Wah. Milady. As Jessica started to sob, Kennen held her quietly. And he realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him. You didn't make any mistakes, and it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. Not everyone can match up to George Sama's level, but in any event, you have completed your trial, milady. Well done. I admire the strength of your determination. I see. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. That closed room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica used magic to kill Kyrie, who would hold up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a closed room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. Your two trials have been completed. So then, who will take the next challenge? Will it be Beatrice-sama? No, it might be Shannon. Oh, they do have to do them. No, this has to be Cannon's time to shine. Come, speak up. Who is next? Who will take the next trial? What witch would hesitate at committing murder on the game board? Even shyness can kill love. Alright, who will carry out the next murder of love? Oh, Rouge of Love. The three who remained looked at each other. If none of the others raised their hands in the next few seconds, they would raise their own hand. All three thought this at the same time, and all three raised their hand. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. Carry on, we'll carry on. The fate of those who do not fight. All three raised their hands, huh? Yeah. All three raised their hand. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. Their relatives apparently all wanted to be alone after dispersing for a short break. Since everyone avoided the parlor, the one place where people would normally gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone cold. A pleasant silence. No ooh-oohs at all. Now that no one was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her three siblings. She had no influence at all. But, possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like a referee or a judge. I have to make use of that. And turn the discussion in the direction I want. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. That was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support that man's business. What? Now, I'm not sure anymore. If I can pay off my debt, will he call me again? Oh. Oh no. It's the sad, pathetic music when someone's being sad and pathetic. Don't make me laugh. Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one to refuse. But still, you're Maria's father. Please come and see her, if only just once. Love is quite a difficult thing to stick to, isn't it? Huh? Who? Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when did he get there? Cannon could be seen standing there. Even considering that she had been in deep thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all. Okay, I hope that this chapter is all Cannon, Shannon, and Beatrice's murders, and not like Cannon gets a whole length one, the same that we just saw with Jessica and George, and then Shannon does too, and then Beatrice does as well. Let's see how it goes. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all. You startled me. Sorry, I guess I was thinking so hard that I didn't notice you. Do you need something? No. The reason you are currently in pain is because of love, Rosa-sama. Am I wrong? That's sudden. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maria-sama's father wanted you to be the co-signer on a loan, and you accepted, Rosa-sama. What a troublesome kid. You were listening to Kraus-Nissan from the hallway, weren't you? True. Earlier this day, in this very room, Kraus had seen through the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she'd become a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Cannon know so much? You were a very wise person, Rosa-sama. You wouldn't have become a co-signer without thinking carefully about the consequences. I hadn't yet moved to his family register, but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner. If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife. And did that future ever come? D20 pass? No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Nothing changed except that Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing like a living hourglass measuring the length of the hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt. It's ironic. I tried to forget that man several times, but you know, forgetting him doesn't get rid of that debt. It was only natural. That's why she had to forget her love and do all she could to pay that money back. But you know, I also think of it this way. If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean that I've passed the trial of love that he gave me. I'll have to pay off my debt anyway, so how can I abandon my reward, the love I'll gain as a result before it's over? Is it really so wrong to put off thinking about that until after I paid my debts? It may be in a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa was vaguely aware of the possibility that she'd been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. When that happened, she might be able to regain that love. And if she abandoned that love, this debt, this trial that he had given her, would become completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. Actually, the very fact that she tried to view it that way might have been the blindness of love. Proof that she was still bound by her regrets and obsessed with the past. That pain still continued within her. At the very least, it would again another example of bad love. It would remain until she paid back that massive loan, and even then, it would take quite some time before she'd be able to lay her feelings for him to rest. I'm not reading very well today. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know if I would go so far as to say that what Rosa needs is hate to see the truth here with whatever this guy's doing to her or did to her. But it's definitely love is blinding her. I like going to hate. Could this be that hell Kyrie-sama spoke of? I see. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there's no doubt that my world has been hell through and through. And how can that be put to an end? Who knows? If anyone did, no one would ever be crushed by the disease of love. Oh yeah, Kyrie's is the same way too, actually. Fuck, I just was too caught up in what she was saying to consciously realize it. Yeah. Azumu as well. Love for Rudolph. And now love for George and Shannon and Jessica and Shannon and Canon. They're all the same. Is making them kill people now for love. Love is bad? That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had. Well, since you bring up Kyrie-san, her story is like a wish or a dream to me. Though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair and instead continued to support Rudolph, keeping her head down and waiting for a miracle. Miria is still 9 years old. I've only waited as long as the first half of Kyrie's 18 years. If I gave up after just this, she would laugh at me. True. Do you think a miracle will occur within 9 years? If I doubt that, it's all over. In a sense, I'm a ghost. Pick another man. I'm already dead. I'm just living on without noticing. A ghost waiting for eternity for a person who will never come. Alright, that one was a hard roll. That's right. That day, when I naively said that I wanted to support his dream, I was probably already dead. I guess that really was a regretful day in the end. I have dreams. I want to go overseas. I'll fly out of this tiny country, make it big, and come back to you. That takes me back. At that time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge each other's radical dreams. That's why he would always happily cheer me up by talking about how I'd become a successful designer, traveling to Paris to release a new line and getting jostled by the press. When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time. We both lifted the other up as though we were drifting about in the air. So, when he said that he wanted to get out of Japan, I applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's great dreams with nothing but words is a classic sort of pillow talk between lovers. However, when it comes to actually carrying them out, you need to be more serious and calculating. For a long time, I felt proud of letting him go on that day. No, I still do. But you still regret it. That's right. So we're all getting our own long scenes. Okay, all right. Okay, if I had, at least, you know, Rosa's stuff is interesting. If I had sobbed and told him to stop on that day, I might not have fallen into hell. Sending him off with a smile was my victory? Of course not. It's as though I lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came. I only glorified that loss. So, no, Kyrie stuff was interesting too. It's just the magical battle that's going to happen after this is not interesting to me. I would have really liked the last scene a lot more if that at the end, Jessica just hit her in the back of the head when she's going down the stairs, and that would have been... I didn't need everything that happened after that. Sorry. Like, and I'm not even talking about in terms of like Like, I just glazed over because it was more magical bullshit. I mean, like, the pacing of the scene, I felt like that was a good place to end it. Like, it was a good conclusion to that. It would have been just done. Like, you know, yeah, I don't know. Sorry. But the stuff that they're saying is good. I only glorified that loss, saw him off with a smile as he went to take on the world overseas, and became intoxicated with the illusion that I was some brave woman waiting patiently for her man's return with her daughter. Even though I didn't get a single call from him, and mail sent to the address he'd given me came back forwarding address unknown. This is hell. In this hell, I'll regret not fighting when I should have until the day I die. I've even dragged my daughter into it. I wish someone would just kill me. I want to be told that I've already been killed, that I'm a ghost. We are getting a lot of answers in episode 6, though. I guess episode 6 is where Answers arc truly begins. We're getting a lot of details about the characters and their history and stuff that they've been like holding to their chests this whole time. In love, if you do not fight, you have to crawl through hell. Yes, love is a fight. Will you win and gain, or lose and die? But please, have no fear of death. After all, it's a peaceful sleep. What's truly terrifying is the hell where you find the unsleeping ghosts of those who couldn't win, yet couldn't die. That hell has no end. The battle of love is cruelest for those who never even fought, but weren't able to die either. Shut the fuck up, George. So in love, you've got to make it or break it. Dying in battle like that is liberating. They say the most torturous toxin for humans is made from love grown stale. The suffering it brings exceeds the tortures of the most twisted hells. She used this knowledge to try and embolden her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial, no matter how fierce. I understand. After all, when my desire to have Battler-san accept me one day wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there. It is up to me to kill that seed or make it bud. However, if I let it rot here in my chest, that poison will surely torment me forever. And that is the most fearsome torture in the world. Even for us 1,000-year-old witches. I don't know, you ever been waterboarded? See, what happens to those who make light of love, this hell of roses, is what happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud and instead allow it to rot. One cannot end that pain by their own hands. Have you, Joe? One time I put my head too far back in the shower. So yeah, kind of a little bit. It was pretty scary. Huh? Just now, was that a red light? Pardon me. Huh? What? Oh! Are we skipping over it? Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small red rose petal float to the surface. A rose. Oh man. So it was Kanon that attacked Katsuki in the elevator. Oh shit. I've heard that in your youth. You would love to lie on that sofa. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rose's eyes. In an instant, Kanon had beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rose's life. There was no wound on Rose's body. However, several drops of blood dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly, she fell down onto her side on the sofa. Oh, it's going to be ruined with all the blood. No, sofas are expensive. That's $30,000. This had been one of the happiest things she had done during the happiest days of her life. Sleep well, Rosa-sama. Your hell has ended. Kanon took a blanket out of the cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. To anyone, it would have looked just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when calling this a trial of battle of love. It was at least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact. I kind of wanted to see Rosa slapping Kanon around in Spartan Raid. No, you don't understand. This is why it had to be that way, because like you can't let Rosa fight. She's too powerful. She would have channeled Rosa Umineko and put a shotgun underneath Kanon's like in a second. So like it had to be an ambush. I should have seen this coming. It can't be a fight. It was at least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact. Those who had their love shattered meet with death. Now my part is complete. Did you see that, demons? Witness me. Wait, what? Damn. You dare to kill my mama? Maria Umineko? You dare to kill my mama? That's for me to do. One of the two great witches of Mirage Sorcière, Maria. Though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. Her bag was full of like fucking 1 million fucking mini shotguns that just looked tiny in her head, but had the power of 1/100th of the super shotgun from Doom. Enough to kill Cannon, if enough hit him. Like fucking Mary Poppins for shotgun in Maria's eyes. Though Rosa may have been the Black Witch. She was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. You dare to, mama, mama, mama. Ah! Alright, we almost got through this. Oh well, Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Cannon had vanished for several heartbeats, and she released her barrage at what had become an empty space. Is she a Gundam? In the meantime, Cannon jumped from wall to wall, like a spider, around to Maria's back. Uh-huh. I don't want to kill past my quota, but I will. But I'll clean up the messes I've made. Ryu. How is he here? What are you? Diplomatic immunity. I won't let you target Maria or me. Damn. Oh no, the treaty! The red curved blade extended from Cannon's hand vanished in an instant. He tried hard to make it reappear, but when he attempted to use it on Maria or Sakataro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakataro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. There you are. How long have you been there? Uryu. I won't let anyone bully Maria, except for everyone at school. Damn it. Maria finally noticed where Cannon was, and she slowly turned around. Cannon made his sword materialize yet again. Okay, wouldn't diplomatic immunity go both ways? Maria can't kill him then, but no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out, like a flashlight with a bad battery. I won't let you get away now. I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing my mama away. I'll kill you. Just like Mama killed all of them, I'll kill you without mercy. You remember episode 2? As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. Hey, this is my favorite episodes. My favorite episode, and I don't fucking know. So don't know what? What did I say? I said so much. What do I know? It was a closed room symbolizing a barrier that Cannon could never escape. Damn it! Not here. Cannon cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board. The diplomatic immunity shit. Oh, okay, Maria, don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't overdo it. I'll be a little more gentle than Mama was. Hee 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 hee. Yeah. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. A lonely deep sea fish. Huh? Uryu! Who is it? It's Jelly. Pardon me, Maria-sama. In accordance with the contract with Zapara-sama and Furfur-sama, I come for your life. Wait, hold on. Isn't Cannon invincible right now, as per Zapper and Furfur? Oh, maybe he's not anymore because he killed his target. Shannon, don't get in my way. It's pointless, Shannon. I won't let anyone target Maria. Yes. I don't intend to target her in any way. I will simply protect myself. A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. She made its brightness and thickness grow, and its radius suddenly expanded, filling up the room. Lamayo, said Shannon. It wasn't targeting Maria. This power was being wielded to protect Shannon's body. And then Shannon stood forward and started unlocked the hinges in her fucking shoulder joints and started roaming around her fucking arms in the fucking wide circle motions as she moved forward and said, I'm not gonna gonna hit you, but if you get in the way, it's your own fault. Here we go. Fucking the sofa exploded. Fucking Rose's head went across the room. So Sakataro's power didn't make it disappear. I just want you to know that I actually did the motions with my hands there as I was saying that because I couldn't stop myself. Nei-san. Would you let your feelings for Milady collapse in a situation like this? Kennen, your feelings get a hold of yourself. Ryu! By now, the shield of Shannon in the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Miria and Sekitaro into the corner. Ironically, they were perfectly wedged between Shannon's barrier and the closed room barrier Miria had set up to prevent Cannon from escaping. Ironic. What's Rosa doing? No good. Can't escape. Cackle, cackle, hee 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 hee. I see, this is a closed room. Hee 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 hee. Then Rosa stood up. She was already in the barrier, put a gun next to fucking Shannon's head and said, dodge this might be just perfect for that wannabe detective who's trying to deny Beato's magic. Knowing look at the camera. Checkmate, Miria-sama. Is that acceptable? Yeah, that's fine. Crush me. Hee 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 hee. Then here it comes. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own closed room barrier, Miria and Sekitaro lost their forms, scattered into a golden splash, and disappeared. Thank you. I couldn't afford to disappear here. If you lost in a place like this, you wouldn't be able to let it go. Yeah, I wouldn't give up if I lost in a place like this. Zeppar-sama, Furfur-sama, we have both finished our trials. Is that satisfactory? Oh, this was a 2-for-1. Oh. Fuck you, Ryukishi. Yeah, truly splendid. No complaints for either of you. Then shall we finish with Beatrice's turn? Oh, where did she go? To the victim she's chosen, of course. Then let's go there as well. Oh, great. She's back. All right, so it's 20 minutes until we're supposed to take second break. Are we gonna? Is this scene 20 minutes long or half an hour long? If it's longer than half an hour, we should take an early break and then just continue reading until we're done. How's your love life, Goda? Probably like 30 minutes. Okay, let's just read it and we'll take a break slightly later then. Okay. Natsuhi could be seen in her personal room. Krause had told her to go to bed, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she realized that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. Then she found a card under her pillow that said summer on it, and another one under the bed that said winter. Huh, what's that all about? It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference would begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushiromiya family honor from those greedy siblings all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make the waiting any easier. Natsuhi pulled a small treasure box out of a drawer. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere rubbish. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuhi's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She stuck her hand inside it. It was a kind of charm that her own family had given her when she had married. A spirit mirror to ward off evil. Oh yeah, her own face was reflected in it. Youth doesn't last forever. Recently, she'd seen a bit of her parents and grandparents on her own face. So by staring at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the family she'd been born into. I found 3 new gray hairs this weekend, chat. 3 new gray hairs, all in my beard. Dad, Mom, I've always been so ignorant and unable to support my husband. Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsuhi continued. I wait here alone because I love my husband. However, I think love means being close to one another. Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him, I still feel wretched for doing it. It's tough, isn't it, waiting for the sake of love? With a plop, a tear fell onto the mirror. Old, dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight, waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. What? And no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all the children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband, even after being left in charge of the house while he was out. Because of your love for your husband. This is beyond trad wife. What the fuck? You couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. Oh, she's still on that, huh? God, let it go. The sudden voice made Natsuhi jump up and look about the room. Oh. It was a decoy. Okay, when she did, there was a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. Who are you? Who are you? Natsuhi was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. However, though this was her first time seeing this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere else. Her mind had gone blank with anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know. So it took quite some time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I will not hold that sin against you. Okay, so that is real. Huh. It's gotta be Sayo. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Oh, that sucks. What are you talking about? Beato had chosen Natsuhi as her sacrifice. She was Battler's enemy. Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, she knew about the fragment from the previous game, and knew there was a chance that Battler was the baby Natsuhi had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Oh! Battler used this blue wedge to protect Natsuhi from certain false charges, but if he took it as a confession by Battler himself, then from Beato... Huh. Does that fit? Do you know? How would that work? They were both stillborn? No, I don't think so. If you took it as a confession by Battler himself, then from Beato's position, Natsuhi was an enemy who would probably force Battler to live a painful life. You killed that baby who lacked your husband's blood for the sake of your love for your husband. So, for the sake of love, I will not hold it against you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Get out. This is my room. Therefore, please do not hold it against me when I kill you for the sake of my love. Beato slowly stuck out her arms and made as if to grab something in empty space. That grab bound itself around Natsuhi's neck. Natsuhi's heels lifted up and a faint purple shape appeared around her neck. Harder, Natsuhi frantically scratched at her neck, trying to stop whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. So, to an outsider, it looked as though Natsuhi was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own neck. Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination. I do not think that my love for Battler-san is inferior to theirs. Just as I will not blame you for your sin of 19 years ago, I will not blame myself for this sin. Yeah. As Natsuhi twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. Since it had fallen by her feet, Beato dropped her gaze to see what it was. Oh, the mirror! It was Natsuhi's spirit mirror. When she peered into it, there was a sound like a burst of electricity. Wait, hold on. This shouldn't work on you, though, because... Are you becoming more of the witch? That's why it works? That sound released Natsuhi from the invisible hands, and made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing, Natsuhi tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato rolled over, and dizzy as though she had just bumped her head, she slowly tried to stand up. Her eyes were bewildered, as though she didn't even really understand what had happened. What? What is this? That is surprising. You can touch spiderwebs without trouble, but you can't handle the spirit mirror? Even I don't have a clue what's happening. What in the world? She had thought that only Beato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, this spirit mirror alone could apparently affect Beato as well. Even Beato couldn't understand what about the spirit mirror had had such an overpowering effect on her. Natsuhi was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, this witch of the portrait, must be the power of the mirror. So she smashed it because she's dumb, so she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked it up. Then she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't know what was happening. So, still sitting down, she looked straight at it. And this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsuhi realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Why is the mirror... It's because you're an evil witch. This miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. How come you can look at it then? Don't point it at me. With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsuhi cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious. so as to prevent the other from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved to corner this evil. I do not know who you are. All I know is that you tried to kill me, and I know that you are a creature of evil, fearful of this spirit mirror. Be gone, evil one! Beato didn't understand what was happening herself, and I couldn't see anymore. She didn't know why she had to fear the spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. Though she didn't understand why she must be afraid, she did understand that she must be afraid. By now, Beato realized that the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong and painful burning sensation over her whole body, as if someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. Oh, Go, return to the world from whence you came, evil one. I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, do not fear evil in the least. It's no use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George-san and Shannon-san, Jessica-san and Cannon-san, I also want Butler-san to acknowledge me and treasure me and all my sans. And even though I finally managed to be honest with myself, in a place like this, I alone will be... Okay, hold on. How... This is a part of the story that Battler wrote. But Battler didn't know that Beato had even revived before he wrote the story. So is Beato interrupting the story and like making a diversions happen in the story that Battler wrote? Or was even Battler's confusion when Genji said she woke up 3 days ago, was that also a part of Battler's story? And it seems like these are the murders that are going to happen with Twilight, so it seems like Battler had to have written this. How does that work? Are you giving up? Only you? Believe! A miracle of love will surely occur. I love Battler-san. Do you? I want him to notice me, and I want him to acknowledge and accept my feelings. If my reason for calling him father and dedicating myself to him was out of duty toward a parent of mine, I would have been satisfied with no reward. That was a deception I used to fool myself. I love Battler-san, and I want him to acknowledge it. I accept it. I won't turn away any longer. I was born because I love Battler-san, and I want him to love me back. And so, cannot lose here. Be gone, evil one. There's no place for you here. And then Beatrice just closed her eyes. And then just flung magic around her determination had come too late. If she'd had it from the start, she would probably have managed to finish Natsuhi off right then without any fear. She summoned an even larger mirror and put it in front of her because she had wavered. It had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. But now I am resolved. I want to love Battler-san. I want him to love me. And so I cannot lose here. After all, I was born for Battler-san's sake. Yes, that is. We wanted to hear. Yes, that is. What we wanted to hear. There we go. Dream and Discharger. Ah? Just after a sound like a beetle banging off the walls filled the room. The spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuhi's outstretched hand. It fell to the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash. Someone's banging a fucking wooden spoon in the pot again. Lucifer of Pride, right here. You dare mock me by choosing a single old mirror to be my first target in so long? Lucifer-san. Koro-senpai. Beatrice-sama. You must complete your trial. She's getting away. Someone, help me. Someone. Now that the spirit mirror, her last ray of hope, had been smashed, and the number of strange demons had increased, Natsuhi could do nothing but run for it. However, if she had made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was her last chance. Thank you, Lucifer-san. Prepare yourself, Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Once again, Beato choked thin air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away before it got too drawn out. But her power wasn't enough. Though Natsuhi scratched at her neck, she also struggled to escape from the room that had no keyhole. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A closed room is one of the concepts that allows a witch to be a witch. Unlocking the door strengthened the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit even within a closed room, if Natsui undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately and Natsui would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsui's began to surpass Beato slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all her might. However, Natsui was just a bit stronger. That's enough. Lucifer, do it. As you wish. Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsui's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then she struck Natsui's forehead. Natsui crumpled slowly, dying of a headache. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard. Hey, Zepar, does this count? Be interested in complete the trial by her own strength alone, right? That's right, Furfur. True, this trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of any other. But maybe this is an exception? I mean, Shannon and Canon. A pair in love are as one. This doesn't count as help from outside. Battler-san. Did you really have to scare me like that as soon as the first twilight? My apologies. Sorry, I didn't listen to your instructions. Instructions? Well, I didn't stay in my room. Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably. In that case, I should apologize too. I should have chosen my words more carefully. No, you did nothing wrong. Father. I mean, Battler-san. I mean, Battler. B-Dog. It's okay, call me whatever you like. Huh? Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now. True, the old you may have called me just Battler. At first, I might have tried to force you to speak to me that way. But that would be pointless. You are Beato, but you're still you. You can call me whatever you want. Battler-san. Sure, that works great. Can't say being called father is really my thing. Yes. Earlier, she'd hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. If Battler had told her to say his name without honorific, she couldn't have done so right now. And even if she had, that might have hurt Battler even more. However, now that she was allowed to call Battler by his name, you just had to look into her eyes to see how happy this made her. I heard from Zepar and Furfur. It seems a strange game has been started. Yes, sorry for getting involved all on my own. No problem. That reckless way you leap in before you understand is really like you. And, well, I've heard about the theme of this game. Apparently you're supposed to play it in pairs. Battler, you wrote it! Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler. If you can succeed in winning through our trial, we will bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you. It seems these guys have been giving their power to Beato's golden butterfly brooch. Brooch. That means its effectiveness is guaranteed. We've been stuck with each other for a long time now. Is his voice deep or anything? He sounds more grown up to me. Is it just the cloak giving off, like, more mature vibes? Nothing wrong with playing this sort of game every now and then. Battler-san. Oh, did you hear that, Furfur? It looks like Battler is joining in as well. Wow, we're just so happy that Natsuhi is dead. That's no surprise. After all, we've known since the beginning. Welcome to our trial, Lord Battler. So who will your sacrifice be? I've already done my part. Go and check if you want. Natsuhi's bubbling in blood. Very well, Lord Battler. Come, Furfur, let's go check. Yes, let's. I would be so mad if I was George, Jessica, Shannon, Cannon right now. And because of this game, I could be all four at once. This is bullshit. This means that all 6 lovers have succeeded in their trials, right? What should we do next? The resolve of all 6 is the real deal. Let us test them further in the next trial. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. They had apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Alright, so. Deed. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, there needs to be 1 more. And then just 1 line at the end of this on a black screen. And also, Goda died. Oh, all women this time, you're right. Huh. Uh-oh. Kumasawa. They apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed, and also so that Battler and Beato could finally look at each other in the eye and talk, could have some time alone. What do you think of the tale so far? When suddenly asked this question, Angie immediately came to her senses. Then she realized that she had been immersed in Hachijo's tale. She felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased. You cleverly tried to distract us with this love trial stuff, but exactly 6 people have died, setting up the first twilight. No? Impressive? Did I forget one? Oh, you're right. I hadn't realized. Amakusa clapped his hands as though he'd been outsmarted. Even though he figured it out before me, he played the fool. That's simply because the number of lovers just happened to be 6. The fact that it matched the number of the first twilight was half coincidence, half design. Battler killed someone? Oh, I thought, didn't Battler show up and make the stake kill Natsuhi? I thought Natsuhi was Battler's kill and they did it both together. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, that makes sense. That was Beato's. I think that's also Battler's. It's a bit more interesting that way. It feels more like fate. They did it together. Humans have the bad habit of taking 2 meaningless phenomena and trying to link them together. Trying to make things seem like fate is a trick of books. I guess you aren't a fan of Destiny and Miracles, lady. I'm not. It's like UFOs. Everyone knows about them, but no one has seen them. That's a cool metaphor. So, normally, I try to skip over all the love illusions and call them necessary, useless scenes for the mystery. Okay, Erica. But Okanogi-san disagreed with that way of thinking. He thought that by looking at things without love that way, the truth could never be reached. Ah, you mean President Okanogi's catchphrase? Without love, it cannot be seen? Is it in all the advertisements? Yeah, that. I hope to aside my anger at the person who killed my family in the story, and even speak with respect for Madame Hachijo, the one who wrote this tale, then there must be a point to this depiction. After all, she's used up all these pages talking about love and trust. Yeah, again, trying to like tutorialize and smash over the head, there's a point to it all. I don't know though. I can't think of a possible reason for the goats and some of the goat attacks, and also the 2 towers scene. I can't think of, or even like the loser flag on the goat. Like, they just seem like entertainment to me sometimes. Or at the very least, if there is a point to it, it's not a point that needed to be dragged out that long, at the very least. I don't know. Sumari! Those are the themes and keywords of this tale. It's like Ryukishi like desperately saying, no, there was a point to it, trust me. No, there was. It was totally necessary. Oh. And there are many who claim that all words not written in red ink are not worth reading. It is an honor, childless man, that you have read the black letters as well. So true. Stories are written because the writer has something they want to communicate, and some writers feel like it's unrefined to lay everything out too directly. We're tutorializing subtext now too? All of this about how you'll never reach the truth without love has shown up many times in the works before this one. This new work makes that even more striking. Oh, okay. Sorry. Hold on. Is it true? Is it true that episode 5 wasn't received well in Japan? Because if it wasn't, then this oh man! Holy shit! He's so fucking mad. He's seething. Oh my god! No, you were wrong to dislike it. Here's why. Holy fuck! Holy fuck, it means that this is one thing the writer wants to tell the most, the thing that they want us to think about the most. Episodes 6 to 8 were much worse received, it turns out. I meant to tell you, I can see why. This is condescending as fuck. Holy shit. When you think about it, there have been many scenes about love ever since Beato first appeared. Even the first time she appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was a single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she had given was also an item for love. She had said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise, and when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After her interactions with Battler started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while, but the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic has been mentioned repeatedly. Then, in the tale right before this one, when Beato became like a doll, several scenes made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato had accepted each other as rivals, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler had regained some memory, and his impression of Beato had undergone a complete change. And then, in this game, from the beginning until now, the word love has been repeated over and over again. The tale you wrote keeps talking about love, however, that's not Maria Oni-chan's viewpoint or Beatrice's viewpoint. It's Hachijo Toya's viewpoint. Correct. That is what I wanted to tell. And it is my own sort of answer. Oh, Persona 3? Answer? Then all of the crimes 12 years ago were a trial of love started by strange demons? Ridiculous. I didn't come here to read a romance novel you wrote. What I want to know is the truth you claim to have reached. What is happening here when we're not talking to Featherine? How is this still going? What is this? Foolish child of man. After reading all of this, do you still not understand? I can write whatever I want. With an obviously condescending gaze, yep, Hachijo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Angie. She was probably hinting that Angie should just go home if she was annoyed. If you're going to read my noble work and not even attempt to see whether you understand it, then get out. Normally, Angie would have already thrown a fit and left. However, she couldn't do that. Though she didn't like someone else toying with her family's fates in a story, she was growing increasingly certain of something else she had read through it. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really does have the same presence, the same scent as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, because it reached to the real truth, it had the same scent. Angie was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachijo Toya was the one who had reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box. If one has reached Beatrice's truth, they can create a new tale, whoever they are. With this new manuscript, I'm sure someone besides myself will appear and reach the truth. Those people will be qualified to create new tales of their own. So there will be more and more endless witches. Yes, and these many endless witches will add to Beatrice's cat box tale. The more they add to it, the more people will reach the truth. When that happens, the very first endless witch, Beatrice, will finally be rewarded for writing such long letters, packing them in bottles, and throwing them into the sea. You might have yelled at me angrily and risen from your seat. However, you did not. Why? I hate to admit it, but I'm starting to think that your tale has some kind of truth or hint within it. Nah, I already have my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love it cannot be seen. So I should definitely just read this piece of fan fiction from someone who wasn't at the island, was never there, knows nothing about it, and that just made up a version of events that could have happened. Because you know what? Maybe there is some truth in there. Very well, child of man. Perhaps as the final survivor of the Ushimiya family, it was fated that you would find the truth and become an endless witch. I exist only as a guidepost to awaken you as the true successor. Angie Beatrice hates fanfic. I do hate fanfiction. I do. Sometimes I don't understand what she's saying. However, she knows something, and maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. In other words, Sumari! I didn't learn the truth even after reading the 2 message balls Beatrice left behind, and now I'm reading tale after tale filled with hints. So, these hints are challenges provoking me to think. Indeed. Perfect. I'll find this truth you say you've reached. It's a good thing I came here. That it is. I invited you here because you haven't found it yet, child of man. Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. Aye, now that I found you, I can finally see the truth with both eyes. Smash? No? Wow. So the first twilight has finally happened. Everything so far has made me so sleepy. You have some sleep in your eye. Huh? Where? Mind your own business. Humph. As you wish, let's begin. First off, the first twilight. Break time. How many more chapters are we doing? 1 or 2? Oh, we get the soothing sound of rain for the break. Hooray! Oh shit. Oh sh. Next chapter is an hour. Okay, we can do one more chapter then. I think we can do it. Unless I'm told that it's a bad idea. I'm game to do 1 more hour. Before we go on break, thank you to Kever Klarung for the bits. Ryu Kishin Yuto wouldn't like episode 5, so we wrote episode 6 this way. Just like Sun Wukong in Buddhist Palm, R07 is at it again. So true, so true. It's easy to predict that people are going to dislike your writing when it's bad on purpose. Yep. Anyway, be back in about 5 minutes. Enjoy your break. Biggest dweeb August? What? What's going on? Mod fight? Oh, I love a mod fight. Mod fight, mod fight. All right, I think we're gonna do one more chapter and then are you done? Here we go. Erica was dozing off on her bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, shit, I fucked it up. It took some time before she noticed. Did it fuck up the sound again? She looked at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down. Yes. Who is it? I hope you have a good reason for knocking on the detective's door at an hour like this. A murderous reason? Did everyone see the new Knives Out trailer, by the way? That's right. I have one thing to say before you begin this game. Oh, the detective proclamation thing. Do as you wish. No, I mean the opposite. I say we raise the stakes. Raise the stakes? What do the stakes have to do with this? Haven't they done enough? What's this? Now that sounds interesting. What do you mean? It's simple. Battler got a shot off at us in the last game, so if Erica does the same in this game, we're only even. Wasn't the last game a tie? We failed to win a game that should have been a shoe-in, right? Is that how you spell shoe-in? I thought it was shoe like you put on your feet shoe. Is it really shoe-in like that? If that isn't a loss, I don't know what is. Right, Erica? Yes, my master. If I hadn't failed so miserably, we would have won that game easily. Oh, I get it. So this time, you'll intentionally fight at a disadvantage by not making a detective proclamation and win despite that. You're scheming to not only wipe out your loss in a previous game, but to totally flip the score upside down, right? You intend to participate in the game Battler-san poured his heart and soul into with a foolish handicap like that? That is not only presumptuous, it's quite rude. You've got a point there. It sounds more like an excuse just in case they lose. True, you could also look at it that way. If they win, it's a great victory, but if they lose, Erica's side has a nice little excuse. Isn't that a bit unsporting? Don't worry, this bet is balanced on both sides. If this game is won by a human without the detective proclamation, it'll be impossible for Battler and the others to pick up the pieces of the illusion of the witch. But on the other hand, if Erica loses, that detective trash will be sent into the depths of oblivion along with the worst possible fragment. See? That's balanced, isn't it? An ultimate victory with a mere human, not a Superman detective, destroying the illusion of the witch. She's putting her own destruction on the line to make that bet. I've gotten bored with these sluggish repeating games that you and the former Beato made, so we're raising the stakes and settling it all at once. Well, that is true. If Battler makes it through this game, it'll mean that Battler has won Beato's game and the game will end. In a sense, it's a showdown you can't escape, right? Oh my god, Dalmek just got so owned. Dalmek doesn't deserve that. Holy fuck. I see your position. Are you okay with that, Erica? Yes, of course. In order to regain my master's trust in me, which was lost by my previous defeat, I will risk even my own destruction. Is that of your own will? What's wrong, Erica? Answer him, okay? Obviously, this is my own will. I certainly will not lose. Even without the detective proclamation, I will defeat you no matter what. What does that mean? Battler-san. Sure, that's fine. If that's what you want, I'll accept that challenge. Thank you very much. I'll make sure you regret it. After all, when Battler played for the human side, he never had anything as convenient as the detective's authority. All he was allowed to do was use the blue truth and demand that Beato repeat things he said. Exactly. In a way, the last game was unfair. We failed to win despite that, which is why it was no different from a loss. Do what you want. If you feel like making a detective proclamation, do it whenever you like. I understand that you're holding it in reserve at the moment. As if I'd use such a thing against an opponent like you. 5 hours later. I gotta use it! Then you get started, you two. I'm already starting to get bored. Leave it to me, my master. I will destroy the illusion of the witch for you without fail. Oh, she's upset. George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erika's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Of course, they hadn't. A good while ago, they went downstairs saying they wanted to get something to drink. We thought they might have come to your room. Of course not, why would they? Okay, does that mean there's no objective viewpoint of anything that happens now? Or is she still the detective in some capacity? Oh yeah, so she's just like Battler, and she's just like how she was in the last episode, and how Battler was in episodes 1 through 4. But she just can't use her detective power to be like, yo, sit down and let me talk. That's the only difference. Okay, that sort of thing. All right. Of course not. Why would they? Are you sure they didn't go to the mansion? We called the servant room and dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up. Please stay here, you two. I'm going to go check the mansion. Fishy aroma. Hey, it's dangerous to go out this late. How could a stranger sneak into this sealed-off island? Stay in that cousin room of yours. I'll contact you if anything happens. Also, tell the servants in the guest house servant room not to leave the building. Bye. Can Erika be killed now? No. Yeah, those same rules are still going to apply. The detective can't be the criminal. The detective can't be killed. The detective's viewpoint is still objective. Does she have a demand to see the crime scenes? She probably doesn't have that. That's the detective proclamation, right? She probably can't demand to see the crime scenes. She can still try, but she doesn't get to just have that. She also doesn't also have to get the people don't have to listen to her. Wait a second, Erika-san. She's a strange kid. After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erika had dashed down the stairs and rushed outside. The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we've got an early fight this time. No crime has occurred in the guest house. So that means the stage of the tragedy is in the mansion. Though she had an umbrella up, Erika got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that dripped down her face. Ew. Erika was at her most energetic. According to her memory from the previous game, the entrance hall to the mansion would be locked after the start of the family conference. Man, I really don't like that she has this advantage. This is bullshit to me, but okay. However, the lock was undone this time. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set, or had it not been possible to set the lock? Well, no point in thinking about it now. After all, that might be just a whim of the game masters. As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body. Ah, good evening, Goda-san. Is something the matter? My cow steak! My cow steak! Police! Ambulance! That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. Just perfect for the first one to discover the crime. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island inside a typhoon? I'm sure the phones are out anyway, so please calm yourself. Yells from Cross and Rudolph's group could be heard from the parlor. Also, inside the Velvet Room, Battler just went, "Fuck! Forgot to disconnect the phones! Shit! No! What do I do? Fuck! Genji, bring me an eraser! Fuck it, where's the whiteout? Fuck!" Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the coming of the first twilight. Well then, give me the victims, the scene, and a reconstruction of the situation. Okay, so she is the detective. Okay, so definitely, she's allowed to do things in the man things, but she's just not allowed to make everyone sit down and listen. Okay, all right, that's the limit. All right, I think that's what it means. Those who left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. She's not the detective? Then what do you mean? How could she do this then? She's just doing what Battler did in the previous games. But Battler was the de facto the detective in those scenes. He just couldn't have the same authority that she had. Was he truly? Yeah, of course he was. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Battler wasn't allowed to use red? Yeah, that's fine. That's not what we're talking about. Those who left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. When they did, the door was sealed from the inside and they couldn't open it. You'll see later, but the hat stand in the parlor had been used to bar the double doors from the inside. So you're trying to say that the door was blocked from the inside and the windows were also locked from the inside. That's it. When they went around and looked into the parlor through the window, they saw Rosa lying on the sofa in a natural position with blood pouring from her forehead. They then smashed the glass, entered the parlor, and discovered that Maria was also there, lying by the wall and covered in blood. Okay, so this is like... episode 3, the 6 rooms that all had keys daisy chained in a row. I think that's it. Got it. Yes, that would make them yell. And the other crime scenes? The entrance was unlocked when you came into the mansion because they went through it to check the parlor from the outside. It had been locked before they went through it, so there was a chance that the others who had gone missing were lying elsewhere within the mansion. And the adults are now searching the entire building. Can we have all that in red, please? So do the places the victims died match that long, crazy delusion you showed earlier? They match. Oh, you could see that. Okay, so you did write it. Okay, Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. Beyond that, Natsuhi was in her own room, and Kyrie was in Krause's study. Ava was in the rose garden. No, wait, she was moved to the VIP room, wasn't she? Yes. Ava's corpse was found in the VIP room. That makes 5 victims. Ah, that's one short from the first Twilight. Who's the 6th person and where? Karasama, the chain on this room is also set. Cut it. The culprit might be hiding in there. Goda, do it. Everyone's got guns. Rudolph and Krause had brought Winchesters from Kinzo's prize collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the wire cutters to cut the chain. The victims have been found one after another at several locations inside the mansion. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage, looking for the culprit. This was a guest room. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay, but it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. This forgotten room had been sealed from the inside by the chain. As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room. Is anyone there? Get out here! There's someone on the bed! Let's get some light, Iniki. When Krause pushed a switch on the wall, the guest room lit up, and the figure lying on the bed came into view. What? Oh, that's a cool twist. Battler, damn it, what are you doing in a place like this? Rudolph's knees crumpled and he fell over Battler's corpse. So Battler thinks he's one of the girls? Nice. Rudolph's knees crumpled and he fell over Battler's corpse. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. In a single night, he had lost both his wife and his son. During this time, Krause checked the window in the bathroom and searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but found no one. The girls and the gays and for Battler. Could you do that, please? Battler. Is that the meme? Did I say it right? How sad. I can't believe it. This room is also a closed room. What again? Yes, my study, where Kirie-san was, Natsuhi's room, the VIP room with Ava, the parlor with Rosa and her daughter. And now Battler-kun is in this guest room. They're all closed rooms, aren't they? I don't understand. It couldn't be suicide, could it? That's impossible. How could this be suicide? Battler! Battler writing his dad, caring about him being dead. Wow. Oh, there's a surprise. To think that you yourself would be the 6th person. It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then. And all of the crime scenes are closed rooms. It's a murder that couldn't have been performed without magic. Humph, isn't seeing through that the point of this game? In other words, Sumari, it must be a murder that could have been performed without magic. After all, if it really could be done with only magic, this wouldn't be a game. That's an interesting thought. Yes, that is the sort of game we've been playing. This game is fair. The goal is to explain without magic the strange crimes that are claimed to be caused with magic. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, Sumari, as Erika had said, they must be murders that could have been performed without magic. To turn it around, the witch side had a certain responsibility. They had to make a crime that could be reproduced with tricks and not magic. Unless the human side could see through those tricks, the witch side could use all kinds of magic and illusions. It's just making a really, really complicated sleight of hand version of the candy in the cup. In other words, Sumari, in order to carry out a closed room murder with magic, it was necessary to create a crime that would be possible by human hands. Now I understand. I see. When I ordered the Seven Sisters to kill my classmates back at St. Lucia's, they couldn't do what I told them, and I understand the meaning of Mammon's words. Magic can only do what you can accomplish by your own hands. Is that it? Fucking magic sucks. At that time, if I possessed the determination to kill my classmates... No, that's not it. At that time, if I'd been capable of killing my classmates, capable of pulling it off, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. I could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it either. They could take what I had accomplished and turn it into magic. I wonder if rereading it, you still feel the same tension and dread in episode 1, now that you know that all the murders are just fake bullshit. Huh. I wonder. However, because there had been a great number of witnesses in that classroom, it would probably have been impossible. It would have been burned by that anti-magic toxin Maria Oni-chan and the others always talk about. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses, and if I had succeeded in murder, at that point the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would be capable of carrying out a magical murder. Even with magic, witches cannot do things they cannot accomplish by themselves. They can only adorn things they're capable of doing with magic. Interesting. And that is because those who accomplish something without using magic later claim that magic was used and call themselves witches. This Erika person has understood that since the beginning. That's why she will never surrender to witches. She is confident that it must be explainable with tricks. The old battler was toyed with so frequently because he did not possess that conviction. Once you see through that rule, the witch loses any chance at victory. That's why they have to make their opponent surrender before they see the truth of that rule. The longer the match is drawn out, and the more hints are given, the greater the witch's overwhelming disadvantage becomes. Once again, this reasoning keeps spinning around in circles. Why did Beato let this game get drawn out until she lost? Many victims have been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Hideyoshi's group seemed to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Kraus and Rudolph's group was in the hall, talking about what should be done next. During a short gap in this chaos, Erika dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scenes. Normally, with the detective's authority, Erika had the right to openly investigate the crime scenes to her heart's content. However, this time she hadn't yet made use of that authority. She was a guest and an outsider, so there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. You know, because she did so much of that last time. She was she was forced to quickly check all of the crime scenes now, while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servant room, there had been a clear folder containing a sketch of the mansion's interior. Because she had borrowed that, she knew the locations of all the rooms. Erika skillfully made her way through the mansion, dashing into each crime scene in turn. Twang. The Twangs haven't come back. The Twang notification it's just broken forever, I guess. Lady Erika, I believe you know, but allow me to warn you just in case. Yes, what is it? It is true that you have an incredible photographic memory, Lady Erika. That, combined with the detective proclamation, is what made it possible for you to avoid being deceived by anything. Yeah, I get it. Since no detective proclamation has been made about me, even my photographic memory doesn't count as foolproof evidence. Of course, I understand that. Still, that doesn't mean I can afford to miss viewing the crime scenes directly. After all, in the last game, my pride in that regard led me to a truly miserable failure. For example, by this argument, no matter how well you examine a person's corpse, you could not even guarantee that they were not faking their death with absolute certainty. Most probably, features of the situation must be individually confirmed by telling Battler to repeat them in red. And I'll need to use the Bluetooth liberally in order to make him. I understand. Let's start with the basics. The lack of the detective's authority is no handicap. It simply means that I'm fighting under the same conditions Battler once was. Yes. This fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. I have nothing as convenient as the detective's authority. I just have to truly fight the same way the old Battler fought. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was given quite a favorable, unfair position last game, just as my master has said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which is also my pride and honor as a detective, but I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue truths. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old Battler did. How'd you know that? I quickly visited the VIP room, Krause's study, and Natsuhi's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor, this time checking with my own eyes as I had failed to do in the last game. And I took my shot put ball out of my backpack and put it in the... First off, all the scenes were made to look like closed rooms. Probably the special note was the fact that the master keys could have had nothing to do with the trick. The closed rooms were all made without relying on any elements that could be locked or unlocked from the outside by a master key or something else. The windows were locked from the inside and the doors were all locked and chained. The master key could get around all the locks on the doors, but not the window locks or the chain locks. I haven't yet had Battler confirm that it's impossible to manipulate those from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. It'd be stupid otherwise. I understand. Right now, I am a mere human. I can't even properly confirm the deaths of the corpses. There's a tips thing? No, the drop is the corpses updating, right? Yeah, okay. Corpse discovered in her own room. Froda Erica did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation, so the details of the cause of death are unknown. VIP room, Krause's study, guest room, parlor. Okay, so they are in the rooms that we saw. What's with the half red? Understand. Right now, I am a mere human. I can't even properly confirm the death of the corpses. Last time, I neglected to check the corpses and let a massive bit of magic get by me. I won't feel like that again. If I did, I wouldn't be able to face the master that I am so indebted to. Just so unbelievably fucking stupid. We have checked all of the scenes and finished gathering information. Here's our report. Go ahead. First, all of the rooms were closed rooms formed by the window locks and chain locks and the like, so that interference from the outside would be difficult. The only exception is the parlor where Rosa and Maria lay dead. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that the door is barred with a handstand. It is thought to be substantially the same as a chain lock, in that it can only be set from the inside. It is probably their goal to construct closed rooms where explanations using master keys are made completely ineffective. The parlor has no chain lock due to its very nature, so it is natural that something else would be used in the chain's place. In that case, the interesting question becomes why one of the other rooms with chain locks wasn't chosen to be a closed room. There were several guest rooms other than the one Battler lay dead in with all similar layouts, correct? Yes, that is correct. In that case, even though it should have been more beautiful to throw them in there so that everyone would be inside a chain lock closed room, they did not. That hat stand door bar in the parlor seems very suspicious. I should probably pursue this when demanding red truths. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Also, we have corpses, but are they the same absolute deaths with their necks sliced open like in the last game, which can be confirmed even without the detective's authority? Of course, she had checked all of the corpses in all of the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any fake deaths with certainty. Really? The old Battler had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erica. Please, allow me to speak. Know that there were no corpses that could have been confirmed dead with certainty by physical means. Please, allow me to speak. We cannot deny the possibility that any one of these corpses might be a fake death. Okay. Well, I doubt Battler will easily confirm their deaths in red, even if I tell him to. Sheesh. In Battler's game, no one dies. I like Beato's chain of 6 closed rooms better. However, these closed rooms... Yeah, it is very reminiscent of that one. Yeah, however, these closed rooms are even more complete, considering that master keys don't help you at all. There are 2 general ways of breaking closed rooms that Battler might be after. An illusion of a closed room or an illusion of a crime. It'll be one of those. I get the first one. That's when something looks like a closed room, but it actually isn't, right? What do you mean by an illusion of a crime? An illusion that makes it seem as though a crime has occurred. In other words, Sumari, are they really dead? Well, that's dumb. If the people inside are alive, handling any kind of closed room is like pissing in a toilet. Still, with this closed room, it's pretty hard to think of any other answer. What about the endless possibilities of manipulating the chain lock from the outside? We don't know if there are secret doors, ways to kill from a distance, chances of suicide, or even whether these are complete closed rooms in the first place. Already know, since I'm looking at Battler's game board from the underside, but these are perfect closed rooms. They can only be constructed from the inside, and there exists no method by which to construct, deconstruct, or interfere with them from the outside. What the fuck, Lambda Delta? This is Battler's game? Stay in your fucking lane? Did Battler write this too? Can you say that in red? That'd be a little too rude to Battler, so no. If you do love me, you must see my words as red truth already, right? Then the closed rooms are perfect. In other words, Sumari, this is an illusion of a crime. It does seem that way. If so, these are all trick closed rooms. Doesn't this mean that everyone got so pissed at Erika bragging about detectives and stuff that they joined together and set up a fake murder to make fun of her? Oh, is that the right answer? I'm like a super detective. Unfortunately, this isn't a fake. The victims really have been killed. Huh? And you don't mean by midnight on the second day, right? No, a detective proclamation has been made, but she's very accurate when examining corpses. She's good enough that I could give her examinations the red truth. So? Does that mean they were definitely dead when Erika examined their corpses? Yes, that's right. Totally. But you won't say it in red for her, right? Giggle, and that poor Erika must want it so bad. Well, she isn't even a detective this time around. I won't give her any red. Giggle, giggle. So she's not the detective. Still, that makes it incredible. This time, Battler's really made a perfect closed room. Okay, I feel like something about this is gonna make me really mad. Okay, if she's not the detective, how is there even any objective thing to go on? Like everything could just be make-believe the whole time. Oh yes, I believe you're right. Will Erika be okay? It looks like an ordinary closed room murder at a glance. But this one is pretty nasty. Won't this load be a bit too heavy for Erika without her detective's authority? She's a self-proclaimed detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. All of the victims are actually elaborate cakes made by Goda in a style that is from some part of the world that you don't know, where they make dead cakes. So therefore I can say that the corpses were dead, referring to the style of cake that Goda made. Gather around, everyone. Let us eat the cake. So she's a self-looking detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. If Battler and Beato are defeated by a mere human who isn't even a detective, they'd fall apart in the most exquisite way, don't you think? And even if Erika loses, you get to play by throwing her in the worst fragment and knocking her into the depths of oblivion. Exactly. No matter how it turns out, it won't be boring. You're just setting yourself up to be mad? Why? I'm not setting myself up to be mad. The story is like bracing me for bullshit because it's taking away certain things that I could trust on and rely on, to the point now, where I'm sitting, from what the story has told me in the past like 15 minutes, I can't trust anything it's saying to me. Right? How is that read wrong? Is it not correct? If there's no detective in this story, and there's no objective perspective or anything that you can trust on, like right now, Erika running around and inspecting these corpses is just as unreliable as all the scenes that we just saw in the love trials. I don't think I'm setting myself up to be upset. I think I'm following the story with the information it's giving me, right? It's just as unreliable as a Battler doing it earlier in episodes 1, 2, and 3. No, I don't think so, because Battler was the detective. And now it's expressly saying that Erika isn't the detective. Battler wasn't the detective too. He was, though. He was the detective. Was he? Yeah, of course he was. Okay, so the argument that it's not reasonable to expect that you can trust Erika's perspective right now because you also can't trust Battler's perspective in episodes 1 through 4 is going to make Umineko 10 times worse, chat, not better. Because now I can't trust anything that happens. Right, but that's not the argument. Okay, what is the argument then? You know what? Vian doesn't just objectively lie to you. Thank you, Paust. I'm sure it doesn't. I'm sure it doesn't. Trust the writer? The writer has lost my trust after episode 5. That is the problem. If the writer wanted me to trust him, he shouldn't have done the shit he did in episode 5. He shouldn't have broken the rules. I feel like they misspoke and it meant she doesn't have the detective's authority at the moment. Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe it's just a misspeak. But it does directly say here, right? Where was it? Yeah, she isn't even the detective this time around. I won't give her any red. Does that imply someone else is the detective? Oh, Detective Jessica? You really are heartless, aren't you? Well, bringing out this black cat like a towel and licking up every last drop is bliss to me. Beato's game board didn't entertain me for quite some time, but we've already wrung everything we can from it. It'll be over with this game. So in the end, we really must let Battler and Erica bet everything in one final face-off. I want to play with you forever in this game. Like we could have like right now, like because if Erica's not the detective, that means she could also be the killer. So right now, technically Bernkastel didn't lie because like Erica was guaranteed to find corpses of everyone in that room because when she went to room, she killed them and then she examined them. So there were corpses when she examined them and she knows for sure because she's the killer and she killed them right before she did the fucking examination. And they were playing dead before then, but like she just went around here, I go stabbing again. You know what I mean? Like it fucking like. And now she's in, and then Battler just made her forget that, and now she's investigating herself. Fuck you. All your things that you saw weren't reliable. I wanted to play with you forever in this game. What a shame. Come now, I've spent plenty of time with you already. Go find me another interesting game. If you do, I'll play with you again. Yes. You really don't let me get bored. That's okay, Bernkastel. Seeing your face twist with anguish is the one forbidden honey I found for myself. Undeducted guaranteed that it was a perfect closed room. Bernkastel has guaranteed that it was a perfect murder, a perfect closed room, and murder. The witches hate a killjoy, so they haven't said anything with red truth yet. Yeah, they can't be true. And As they open the closed rooms, they could go in and then kill them before they show up. Huh. Pursuing that was the role for Battler and Erica. I don't know why they would do that. Looks like you've trampled all over the crime scenes by now. Satisfied? Is your inspection complete? Yes, I'm satisfied. So about our war of red and blue, shall we start right away? Or do it all at the end? I don't like putting things off. I think the same goes for you. Then let's get started with the closed rooms of the first twilight. First, I'd like to check. Do you intend to respond if I ask you to repeat something in red? Depending on what you say, yes. I have no obligation to respond to everything, and I won't reveal my reasons when I refuse. Based. Don't give her anything, Battler. I'm on the witch's side now. Don't give her anything. Magic is real. Thank you, Tyler JL26 for the bits. A fucking lot of bits. 1,500 bits. Thank you very much. I like these flags. Look at them go. Can we get them in chat? Those are some nice flags. Look at them. Thank you very much, Tyler. Good. Then let's start simple and confirm the definition of a closed room. Delanor, please read it aloud. What is this music? Understood. We demand that the following be repeated. Delanor spread out one of those scrolls that some official would always spread out when announcing the king in Western fairy tales, and read it aloud. First, the rooms with 6 people in them are all closed rooms. Shouldn't we start off with, is this mystery Nox rule compatible? Or is that just a given? The rooms with 6 people in them are all closed rooms. Acknowledged. Of course, that's only until Goda and the others severed the chains and destroyed the closed rooms. Okay. At a nod from Delanor, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes. Second, the definition of a closed room implies that it is impossible to construct from the outside. Acknowledged. In other words, Samari, no trickery done from the outside can construct a closed room. It is not permitted for a chain lock to be reset from the outside by a cleverly used wire, for example. I didn't need you to tell me that. Delanor, please continue. Shut up, Erica. Third, the definition of a closed room implies that all forms of interference that pass between the inside and outside of the room are prevented. Acknowledged. However, I won't deny the kinds of interference that you'd expect from a normal room, such as knocks, voices, and the extension telephone line. Fourth, at the time of the deconstruction of the closed rooms, none existed within the rooms except the victims, Natsuhi, Ava, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, Battler. Acknowledged. All right, be careful, big dog. You are really limiting the options right now. What? In this way, they could confirm whether or not the culprit had been hiding inside a closed room. If the culprit had slipped out of the room after the discoveries had noticed the murders and then walked away, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a closed room. Because Battler had acknowledged her statement with the red truth, the possibility that the culprit and the victim had both been inside this closed room at the time of the crime, and that the culprit had hidden under the bed and snuck out after the discovery of the crime, have been denied. Fifth, no murder was committed after the deconstruction of the closed rooms. Okay, if he acknowledges this, I don't know how he did it. I refuse. Why? Because the victims really were alive after the closed rooms were destroyed? So Kraus and the others who barged in were the culprits and committed the murders then? In other words, Samari, they were post-closed room murders. Is that why you refuse? Not my burden, fuck you! Not at all. The murders will continue to occur, so we cannot say in red that no murders will happen after this. Oh. Okay. Ask again. No murder was committed on these ones? Sheesh, what twisted logic. No, it's really straightforward actually. You probably see what we're getting at. Kraus's group cut the chain and destroyed the closed rooms, then killed the people inside. I just want you to counter this. Lady Erica, it is insufficient to refer to Kraus's group, an unspecified number of people. You should first determine which humans entered the room after the closed room was deconstructed. Allow me to speak. Excepting the victims, those who entered the closed rooms were Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. Allow me to speak. This is based on spoken testimony. Know that there is no proof that others did not enter. I know that already. Let's have you repeat that. After the deconstruction of the closed rooms, then excluding me, only Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda entered the rooms. I mean, someone else might come in after that, right? So it's the same thing? Sure. Acknowledged. However, this only applies to the current point in time. Okay, there you go. It is possible that some later development in the game will cause more people to enter. Repeat it. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda are not culprits. I refuse. Don't give him that. Don't give her that. Battler put his finger on his chin, deep in thought. This world culprit was fairly broad, and it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch. Why not answer? If we refuse, their blue truth naming Kraus and the others as the culprits will remain. Sure. I'll acknowledge it, but I'll make the language more strict. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda were not involved in the murders of Natsuhi, Ava, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, and Battler. And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans who didn't even enter the closed room to have been involved with murder, doesn't it? Who knows? Think about it yourself. If you think you can build up some blue truth for how a closed room murder can be committed without entering the room, then I'll respond with the red truth. However, I only need to destroy one of the blue truths you'll be presenting from here on out. In other words, Sumari, even if you do manage to use the blue truth and explain this away with some long-distance closed room murder trick X, I don't necessarily have to counter that with the red truth. These are the rules of the witch's game. Angie had confirmed these details with Beato in the fourth game. The witch side lays out riddle after riddle that it claims are impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use the blue truth to argue that they are explainable with tricks. And if they fail to make a counter-argument with the blue truth for even one of the riddles, that riddle will be considered to have been done by magic. And it will be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, Sumari, the witch side only needs to protect any one of its riddles. However, the human side has to fully explain all riddles with the blue truth. And even if the human side manages to explain all of the riddles with the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. Okay, good review of the rules actually. I like that they're doing that. That was why, like the strategy the old Beato had adopted at the end, it was sufficient for the witch side to put off their red text and counter-arguments until the very last moment, and then make a single strike at their opponent's most fragile spot, but not that fragile. In any event, you've refused to repeat that last one, right? Don't get the wrong idea. I don't give out red for free. I mean, you did like 5 times there, bro. From the witch side's perspective, repeating statements made by the human side is just a supplement to make sure they haven't misunderstood the question. Therefore, they had no obligation to respond to extremely broad demands. Not bad. Looks like you can handle being a player on the witch side pretty well too. Your experience is no match for mine. Delanor. Let us continue. Next, the victims did not die by any method other than homicide. Acknowledged. Of course, there were no suicides or accidental deaths. 7th, the victims. That's enough, Delanor. Are you sure? There are still items. Yes, that will do fine. I confirmed the status of the crime scene. From here on, it's time for me to argue back with the blue truth. Sure, fine. Let me hear your masterful theories. Though Battler and Erika were enemies, it looked to Beato as though they were having a little fun doing this. She was probably slightly jealous of Erika. Beato thought back on the books she had read in Featherine's library, in which the old her and Battler had fought. That must have been fun as well. Did it update the corpses now that they've been confirmed that they were dead? No. Okay. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. Is this the end of the chapter, or are we still going? Still going? Okay. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. The 6 people killed, excluding Battler, had all been women. The remaining men went mad with rage at this cowardice, then broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives over and over again. Why were they all women? How cowardly can a person be? What's wrong with us? Here we are, under the same roof, and we're just smoking away, not noticing that members of our own family are getting killed, damn it! But who and how? They were not unguarded. The chain was set for all of them. Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they were killed, I just want to know who did it. Hey, Genji-san, Goda-san, were the doors and windows to the mansion all locked during the family conference? Yes, there can be no doubt. In accordance with Madame's instructions, everything is always locked at the time of the night patrol. Tonight was a special case, so everything was locked up right after seeing the children off to the guest house. How is that possible? I mean, Battler and Maria-chan were inside the mansion, right? They shouldn't have been able to get in, right? If everything really was locked up properly, that couldn't have happened. Doesn't that prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Well? He was arguing that Goda's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Maria had visited the mansion. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. If they had rung the doorbell, Goda would probably have heard them from the servant room, but Goda said that nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery. This is merely an idea, but, for example, what if Madame or someone happened to be near the entrance, noticed Battler-sama and Maria-sama knocking on the door and ringing the bell and let them in? That couldn't have happened. You were in the servant room then, right, Goda-san? Isn't there a chime in the servant room that goes off when the front door opens? There's no way you would have missed anyone. Yes, but you see, at the time, Goda was serving drinks as you requested, so he was not in the servant room. Why was there only one servant in the mansion on such an important day? Why was someone as important as Genji-san on duty in the guest house? Does that make any sense? Why was the servant room left empty? My wife formed those shifts. She probably hoped that Goda would be kind enough to serve some fashionable drinks throughout the family conference as well. Or Kraus-Nissan. This is the family conference, right? These manly men all holding their guns while they're crying. This is a family conference, right? The most important day of the year, right? Why was Goda-san left as the only person on shift in the mansion? If there had been just one more person, everything would be different, wouldn't it? Right? With a half-crying, half-enraged, jumbled-up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Goda. Of course, the culprit who killed everyone was the most to blame and the most despicable. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some of his emotions by hating someone he could see. Is this the saddest we've seen them? They really fell apart without their lives. Yeah, they've been in real drag since their wives died. Thank you, Sleepy Griffin, for the bits. Hi, Joe. In your Shadow of the Erdtree video, you mentioned you think a good way to improve the lack of exploration rewards in DLC would be incremental permanent stat buffs. Have you ever played a game that pulls off this idea well? The closest I can think are Monster Hunter Risei spirit birds you can find during a hunt to get permanent increases to HP, stam, and attack for that hunt. It worked well, but got a bit repetitive when doing many hunts in one session. Thoughts? Having it be temporary like that, I don't think is a good idea. But I don't know. I didn't play that game quite a bit. I'm not sure. Sekiro does it kind of. I don't know, it's not the best idea, but it was just something to show that they could have had more room for exploration rewards. But I just think that that's just a cursed premise with Shadow of the Erdtree. I feel like it should have had its own progression line, and you just play it as like its own standalone thing, and you have to make a new character and go in. I don't know. There's just a band-aid, really. I think I say that in the video, don't I? The best game that has increases in power as exploration rewards has been probably the original Deus Ex. is really, really, really good for that. Anyway, thank you, CMC10, for the resub. Hito, earlier when discussing Night Rain, you mentioned you don't like to talk much about pricing. Is there any particular reason for that? It's going to differ for a lot of different people. For me, buying games is not the same as it used to be, so I know that I find it hard to judge because I do it for work. It's pretty rare that I buy a game for myself nowadays. It has happened, but it's even then I can kind of justify it as like, oh, I might use this for a video, or it's like broadening my gaming knowledge, so I can make a reference in a video at some point in the future. So yeah, I don't know. Some people also don't like it. I get feedback often. I wish you wouldn't talk about prices and money and shit like that. I'm fully aware of how everyone feels. However, please calm down. Either Goda-san wasn't thorough when locking up, or someone let Battler-san and Maria-san in after they came back from the guest house and then forgot to lock up afterwards. However, that doesn't necessarily have to do with how the culprit snuck in. After all, the mansion is massive. They might have come in much earlier and hid until late at night for all we know. I can understand you might want to suspect certain people, but please calm down. Our guest is right. The culprit is the one we should hate, not the servant who just happened to be on duty. At any rate, let's calm down. I feel as terrible as the rest of you. However, we must take this initiative now and regain our composure. Nikki. Everyone feels just as sad and devastated. And none of us will ever forgive the one who did this. For that reason, we must regain our composure. He's right. I still have George. Krasny-san still has Jessica-chan. And Rudolph-kun, you still have Enji-chan waiting for you to return, right? It's still too soon to start pointing fingers. The culprit is still on this island, and we can't be sure that this tragic crime is over. We need to stay calm and prevent any further tragedies. Erika's words softly consoled them and gently admonished them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph would probably have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of the guests, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears. Let's stay cool. We have 3 grown men with us, and guns as well. Judging by the pattern of the murders, the chances of the culprit having a gun are low. In other words, Sumari, as long as we keep our heads, the culprit no longer has any way to touch us. She's right. We can't let the culprit do as they please any longer on our island. Where's everyone else? Let's find the culprit. We're in the middle of a typhoon. They can't escape from the island, and there's only so many places they can take shelter from the rain in. This island is larger than you'd think. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to search the island with this many people. Did you just say that to the people who, spent their childhood on this island? After all, if you found the culprit, you might shoot them to death on the spot as you are now. If the frightened culprit has run into the deep forest, you won't find them easily. Right. We should just wait for the typhoon to pass. Have the boat call the police for us and let them thoroughly search the island. The police are incredible. They'll bring hundreds of people and pick through it with a fine-tooth comb. Will they? That forest may be deep, but they'll definitely smoke the culprit out. The most important thing now is to make sure no more of our beloved family members are taken from us. Rudolph, if something happens to you, what will happen to Enji-chan back home? Kyrie, Battler. Damn it. Useless. I never had a chance to tell you the truth. Cross-san, I'm sure that everyone in the cousin room is extremely agitated right now. If you show them that you've regained your composure, I'm sure that will help them relax a lot. Would you mind heading up there? Good point. We have to talk with Everett about what we're going to do next. Please go up with him, Genji-san and Goda-san. I'm sure that Shannon-san, Kanon-san, and Kubasama-san are all very agitated. Yes, I'm sure everyone is quite agitated. Are you certain? Is there anything else we can help with? Huh. Okay. That's why I want you to go with Kraus-san. I want you there to help him if something happens. I'd like for the rest of us to check and see that everything's locked up here. We'll head up soon, so please go on ahead. Understood. If you need anything, please call us. Why the fuck did they listen to the little random kid? Detective authority. She doesn't have the detective authority this time, so they're just listening to her because she's just being charismatic and leadership skills, I guess. I don't know. Genji bowed and Kraus nodded. Kraus also nodded to Erika, then headed up to the second floor with Genji and Goda. In times of confusion, when only men are around, it's easy for a composed member of the opposite sex to take the initiative. There we go. Even without the detective's authority, she was able to control them quite naturally. Erika had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being. Okay, in that case, let's get to checking the locks. Our problem is going to be the big window in the lounge. It looks like it doesn't even have shutters. If they smash this, we won't be able to stop them from coming in. Don't worry, the sound of the glass smashing will be more than enough warning. We'll train them to Swiss cheese. Quiet, please. I didn't have you stay down here to check the doors and windows. Please listen calmly to what I'm about to say. When Erika lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she wanted to talk about something secret, so they brought their ears closer as they soon regained their composure. Listen up. This crime happened during a short break in the family conference. In that tiny span of time, 6 people were killed without anyone noticing. I can't imagine a crime improvised on the spot going so smoothly. This crime was committed by someone who knew the layout of this mansion well, inside and out. Well, if they didn't know the inside well, but a short while ago they had attacked Goda, suspecting the servants of making a blunder. However, they'd only thought that he'd forgotten to lock up and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can't easily suspect someone they know well of being a culprit. At the time of the crime, the mansion was locked from the inside, and only those involved with the family conference existed there. So Aniki killed Kyrie and the others? Or am I supposed to suspect Hideyoshi-Nisan? It's impossible, unthinkable. I never even considered suspecting Kraus-Nisan or Rudolph-kun. All of the siblings had excellent relationships with their spouses. True, the Ushimiya family may be strict with discipline and money, but that doesn't mean we treasure our own families less than anyone else. Yes, of course I believe that. I wouldn't dream that any of you would kill your own wives. Erika had already received red truth proof from Battler that they were not the murderers, so there was no need to argue that point. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda, none of those 4 was the killer, and yet Erika said this. However, what about Goda-san? He was in the waiting room the whole time during the family conference, in a position from which he could do anything without anyone knowing. Isn't it a little early to suspect Goda-san? Goda-san came to bring us drinks in the dining hall during the break. He was with us for quite some time, and at one point he had ketchup all over his hands and had to clean it and looked embarrassed, but he's fine. He couldn't have had time to kill 6 people. However, he might have been able to let the actual killer into the mansion. Precisely. Goda-san probably didn't kill them himself. However, it's very possible that he secretly welcomed the actual murderer into the mansion. Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were family. Even a wife of the siblings would be considered family. Though the siblings hated each other, it wasn't possible that they hated each other's wives enough to kill them. Eva and Rosa were 2 of the siblings, but none of the others could have had any reason to kill Natsuhi, Kyrie, Battler, or the young Maria. But to a servant like Goda, perhaps they were all little more than complete strangers. I suspect the servants on 2 points. First, the victims are familiar with them, and there were no signs of a fight in any of the crime scenes. I think you know well that there was no disturbance at any of those places. I was thinking that too. Figured Kyrie was used enough to fights that she wouldn't get killed that easily without resisting. That woman wouldn't hesitate to bite your finger off. It does make more sense if the culprit was someone she knew who suddenly attacked when her guard was down. Come to think of it, the same goes for my Eva. She knows a dozen kinds of martial arts. She spends every day practically wishing for some ruffian to attack her. She wouldn't have been killed off so easily. Then what about Rosa-san in the parlor? Do you think she'd easily be killed by a stranger without resisting while she had only her daughter with her? And this tells us something else that's important. Something important. The culprit isn't just one person, right? You're right. Both Rosa-san and Maria-chan were in the parlor. If they hadn't both been killed at the same time, there would have been an uproar. Since the culprit was able to do that, there can't just be one of them. When it comes to Maria-chan, Rosa was like a quick-to-anger mama bear. She wouldn't cower in fear, even if someone pointed a gun at her. I see, so it had to be someone who wouldn't rouse Rosa's suspicion until the last second. I mean, could have been sleeping. Now that we see the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually less a realistic option, the culprit is someone familiar with this island. And there's more than one. The culprit is someone familiar, and there's more than one. Erika's reasoning, pointing clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against. The children. So, you suspect the servants. Yes. Under the current circumstances, they are the most suspicious. The second reason to suspect them is the closed rooms with the chain locks. Why do the chain locks make them suspicious? What if there was no chain lock on the closed rooms? Then they wouldn't be closed rooms. With a single master key, anyone could make them. I see. The servants had to seal them with the chain so that they wouldn't be suspected. Exactly. By setting the chain, they don't have to worry about being suspected. To turn around and flip the chessboard, Sumari, if the chains weren't set, they wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion, since they held the master keys. Therefore, making them suspicious. Well, how did they fucking just like teleport out of there afterwards, Erica? Like, so the only ones with something to gain from setting the chains are the servants. I'm not trying to protect them or anything, but if so, how did they actually set the chains? Or maybe the person who did set it up knew that you would deduce that. So by setting the chains and making the servants look guilty, it's actually a reason why they wouldn't have done that. Is it possible to set them from the outside? Considering how they're built, I don't think it'd be impossible. Have you heard this story? Apparently, some mailmen who deliver to apartment mailboxes are known to carry loops of wire with them. Yeah, I've heard of that. Apartment mailboxes often have similar adjoining boxes around them for the nearby room numbers. I hear they'd sometimes accidentally deliver letters to the next room over if they weren't careful. These mailboxes are almost always locked. If you put the mail into the wrong one, you'd have no way of getting it out. In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake. Have that person unlock the mailbox for them and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out, and going through that process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a loop at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly placed postcard out through the crack of the mailbox. I've heard something similar for a friend of mine at a building management company. It seems they'd sometimes get drunks who lock themselves in the bathroom and fell asleep. So to get them out of there, they'd stick a thin metal tool through the crack in the door and undo the latch. Exactly. All industries have little tools that can easily open things that normally can't be opened. It wouldn't be particularly surprising if the servants of a mansion had something of the sort. Good point. Once you figured out the knack of it, you probably could set the chain from the outside by using a wire. Okay, I can't remember if Battler already said that this is not true, or if it was just that Lambda Delta said they were perfect closed rooms. I can't remember. If he said you couldn't do that, I should check later, I guess. Or I'm sure it'll come back up. Yeah, we can't be sure that it's impossible. True, physically speaking, one couldn't say for sure that there existed absolutely no way to set and unset chain locks from the outside. Oh, we're back here again. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened a crack. If you stuck something through that crack, you should be able to manage it easily. It was very natural for them to think that. If Battler did confirm that, why is Erica saying that right now to these two? Is she sowing dissent? However, Erica knew better. Though it might be possible in reality, the Red Tooth had already declared that these closed rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. Okay, there we go. All right, so why is she saying that to these two then? In other words, Sumari, it was impossible to manipulate the chain lock from the outside, and yet, Erica was guiding their thoughts with the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the closed rooms. With an air of solemnly revealing some crucial points, she steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Every part of her serious face for the last few minutes had been an act. No, to put it in her words, Sumari, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects. I plan to tell Cross-san what I've told you. I'm not saying that all the servants are culprits. However, it's very likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprit. We should split them apart and have people with guns keep an eye on them. Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erica was cleverly grasping the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, it's possible to control human nature to this degree. What do you think, everyone? I said it before. I started saying it before the line showed up. Fuck. So, Mari. Thank you, Bustino, for the resub. Joe, have you ever read Nate the Snake? Quite a poignant, short little fable about life and purpose. I'd highly recommend. I have never heard of Fate the Snake. Sorry, Nate the Snake. Haven't read it. Sorry. Do you want to give me a link on Discord and I'll get to it in 95 business days? What does the Sumari mean? In other words, it said Sumari, and this that's what they say in Japanese, Sumari, and in other words shows up all the time in this VN. All right, we're all done. Who are we rating? Who's live? Jelly's live? Jelly channel. Also, Joe, news that you're totally gonna love. Kadoka said that his hopes for 100 lines with DLC is to add a full-on Danganronpa style experience and Zero Escape style experience specific routes. Guess they'll make their own Danganronpa and ZE4's never-ending game. No. Fuck off. Wait, what is this? Like 100 line is now fucking the launcher for those games from now on? Uber Supersoft used 100 bits to say, oh yeah, when I said I was on Erica's side, I meant that I fully supported Erica's fight against Maria. I'm still mad at my parents for the spoilers thing. Wow. Wow. All these years later, still holding on to it? Gotta let it go. All right, reading was hard for me today, chat. Hopefully it was okay. Whew. Oh, man. Anyway, see you tomorrow for Baldur's Gate 3. Have a good day. And good night to anyone else who stuck around or is watching the VOD. See you later. I'm gonna go have some breakfast.